Hello and welcome to this brand new section on Django, and in this particular lecture, even before we start building Django web applications, we will first go ahead and learn what exactly is Django and why it is used. So what is Django? So in order to understand Django, let's take an example. Let's say you are visiting a website which is called as facebook.com, and let's say if you're visiting your friend's profile whose username is user1. So technically what happens is that you open up a web browser and you type in the Facebook's URL, which is www.facebook.com, then you type in slash and the name of your friend or the username of your friend, which is user1. Now, what you're essentially doing here is that you're sending a request from your web browser to the Facebook's server. So technically what happens is that you type in this URL request is then sent to Facebook server, and now the job of this server is to go ahead and return back an appropriate response. So for example, the server now has to find your friend's profile whose username is user1, and it needs to send back an appropriate response to your web browser. And when the server sends back this response to the browser, you are actually able to see that particular page on your web browser. So this particular scenario which you are looking at on the screen is called as the client server communication. So essentially, whenever you want to go ahead and get access to a website or a web page, you send a request to the server and the server will send back an appropriate response. Now, in order to go ahead and make the server send back a response, or even to go ahead and process the incoming request, we need to program the backend servers. So obviously, in case of Facebook, they have programmed their servers in a way such that when a profile request comes in, they go ahead and give back the profile page to the user. So in order to program these servers, we need to use certain programming languages. So you could either use Python, PHP, or Perl to code these servers. And henceforth, these languages are called as the backend programming languages because they are used to program the backend. So technically, the web browser over here is called as the front end because that's what you're looking at. However, in the backend, you have the servers which are sending back an appropriate response. So in order to program these servers, you go ahead and write in some Python code and put that code onto the server so that the server would be capable to go ahead and process your request and give back an appropriate response. Now the problem here is that coding backend servers is an extremely tedious task. You do need to take care of a lot of things, and programming those servers from scratch is extremely difficult. And here is where the frameworks like Django come into picture. So what Django does is that Django actually gives you some predefined components or functions which you can actually use to go ahead and program those backend servers, so that you don't have to reinvent the wheel or program those servers from scratch. So if you don't use a framework like Django, and if you want to code that server in Python, you might have to write a bunch of Python code to simply make the server capable enough to handle the incoming request and give back a response. So here, Django makes our task easier because Django has inbuilt components which we can use to program the server, and programming the server using Django becomes much more easier. And that's why Django is called as a backend framework, because it's used to program the backend. So now let's actually go ahead and learn a couple more things about Django. So Django is a free and open source web application framework. So if you want to use Django, you won't be charged any fees. Even if you're developing some commercial applications, you could go ahead and freely use Django. And also the source code for Django is available. So if you need to peek into that, you can do that as well. So it's a web application framework, means that it can be used to build web applications, that is the applications which reside on the server and not on the desktop. Now, what exactly is a framework? A framework is nothing but a collection of components which helps us build sites faster. So whenever we talk about a library or a framework or a library is nothing but it's some pre-written code which is written by some other developers, and we can actually make use of that code to design our very own applications so that we don't have to start from scratch. So in this particular case, Django is a framework and it will provide us a collection of components which will help us build websites, and that's why it's called as a framework. Now, one more thing which you need to remember is that Django is a backend framework, and we have already learned why it's called as a backend framework. So the reason why Django is called as a backend framework is because it's used to program the backend, which is the web servers. Another important feature about Django is that it has automatic admin interface which supports CRUD. And what this means is that, let's say if you create an e-commerce website in any of the other programming languages like PHP, what you need to do is that you need to build the admin interface from scratch. However, in case of Django, whenever you create any sort of application, Django automatically creates an admin interface for you, which will allow you to perform the CRUD operation. Means it will allow you to create, read, update and delete records in your database using that specific admin panel. So this is one of the best features Django has, which actually takes a lot of pressure off you, as you don't have to build an admin interface whenever you're working on a web application. So that's it for this lecture, and I hope that you guys got a brief idea about what exactly Django is. So in the upcoming lecture, we will go ahead and start installing Django and start building web applications with it. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. Hello and welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we will go ahead and learn how to install Django on Windows. So if you're a Mac user, you can actually refer to the next lecture. So this lecture is going to be about the installation steps for Django for Windows users. So in order to install Django, first of all, you need to open up the command prompt on Windows. So simply go ahead and search for cmd and right click on the command prompt and run it as administrator. So when you run this thing as an administrator, it will actually ask you for the permission, so click yes. And now once you're logged in as an administrator, you can now go ahead and start installing Django up over here. So in order to install Django in here, what you could do is that first of all, you need to install a tool which is called as pip. So by default, pip should actually be present on your computer. However, if you think that if pip might be outdated or if pip is not installed on your machine, what you could do is that you could type in Python -m pip install -- upgrade pip. So this should actually install or upgrade the version of pip which you have on your computer. So as you can see, it's currently installing pip 20 or the pip version 20, and it has removed the older version which was pip 19. So once this thing is done and once pip is actually installed, you can simply go ahead and start installing Django. You simply go ahead and type in pip install Django, hit enter, and as you can see, it says that I already have the Django version 2 up over here. However, what we want is that we want the latest version of Django, and henceforth, in order to install the latest version of Django, I would say pip install Django equals 3 and hit enter, and this will actually install Django 3 for me. So as you can see, it has started collecting Django 3, that is, it's actually downloading Django 3 from the server, and once Django 3 is successfully downloaded, it will go ahead and install that for us. So as you can see, it will go ahead and remove the older version of Django from here, and it will install the newer version for us. So as you can see, we get a message over here which says successfully installed Django 3.0. So that means now we have successfully installed Django. So in the upcoming lecture, we will go ahead and start creating our Django project. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. Welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we will go ahead and learn how to install Django on Mac. So in order to install Django on Mac, you first need to go ahead and open up Terminal on Mac. So in order to open up Terminal on Mac, simply press command space and search for terminal in your Spotlight, and the first option which opens up is going to be the terminal. Now this terminal allows us to go ahead and install a couple of tools. So even before we start installing Django, the very first thing which you need to install is that you actually need to go ahead and install something which is called as pip3. So in order to install pip3, you need to go ahead and type in brew install Python 3, and if you go ahead and do that, this will install Python 3 and pip3 for you. So if you don't already have Python 3 installed on your machine, this will actually go ahead and install both of these versions for you. So this is one of the most easiest way to go ahead and install Python 3, pip and Django on your Mac. Okay, so once pip3 is installed, now the next thing which you need to do is that you now need to go ahead and start installing Django. So in order to install Django, what you need to do is that you need to go ahead and say pip3 install, type in Django, and then in order to install the same version as mine, I can go ahead and do equals 3.0. So Django 3.0 is the version which we will be using for this particular section. So simply go ahead and hit enter, and that will actually go ahead and install Django for you. So as you can see, Django is currently being installed here. So if you have an older version of Django, it will go ahead and uninstall that and install the new one. So as you can see, now I get a message which says successfully installed Django. So that's it for this lecture, and I hope you guys be able to install Django on your machine. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. Okay, so now that we actually have Django installed, let's now learn how to create a Django project. So in order to create a Django project, first of all, you need to go ahead and set up a folder on your desktop. Now you can technically set up this project anywhere, but just for the sake of simplicity and understanding, I will create a project folder over here onto my desktop. So let's name this folder as let's say demo. And this folder is actually going to contain our actual Django folder. So this folder is not our Django folder, but instead it's like a container which is going to contain our Django project. So now once we have this folder, let's now learn how to create a Django project inside this folder. So in order to go ahead and create a Django project in here, first of all, we will open up command prompt and simply open this thing up as an admin. And now once you're into the command prompt, as you can see, you will be presented with this path right up over here which says C Windows System 32. So now what we are doing here essentially is that we are trying to navigate our operating system or the directory structures on our operating system using the command prompt. So technically this folder can also be opened by going into some folder, by going into the C drive. So I can go to this PC, I can go to C drive, I can go to the Windows folder here, and I can then go to the System32 folder. So as you can see, this is the folder right here. So currently we are actually present at this particular path right here, which you can see here. So now our job is to go ahead and we want to navigate down to this particular demo folder which we have on our desktop. So as you can see, we have our desktop here. So if I click over there, as you can see, this is actually the path for our desktop. So currently, as you can see, there's no path right here. But if you go to desktop, the desktop folder is actually going to be present inside your users. So if you go to the C drive and if you go to users and if you select your current user here, so let's say if I open up user, as you can see, there's this desktop right here, which means the actual path for the desktop is C users, user, and desktop. So this thing right here is actually my path, and your path might actually be a little bit different. So what you need to do is that you actually need to find out the path for your desktop. Now this is for Windows users, and the path for the Mac users is going to be different. So I'm going to explain the path for the Mac users in the upcoming lecture. But now let's learn how can we navigate down to this particular path. So in order to navigate down to this path, what you could do is that you could simply go ahead and type in cd dot dot, hit enter. So as you can see, it will take you one directory back. So we were in the system32 directory, however now we are actually present in the Windows directory. Now in order to further go back to the C drive, I will again type in cd, which means change directory dot dot, hit enter, and now it will take me to the C drive right up over here. And now our job is to go into the users. So I will say change directory to users. So now we are into users, and remember that you have to navigate down to your own path for the desktop. So now I will type in cd user. So now we are into the user directory over here, and now I'll again do cd desktop so that I'm finally present on my desktop. And now I want to enter into this particular demo directory, therefore I will type in cd demo. So as you can see, now we are present in this particular path right here. So now once we are into this particular path, what we could do is that we can now go ahead and start creating a Django project in here. So in order to create a Django project, we have to use a command which is called as start project. So whenever you want to create a Django project, you type in Django -admin start project, and then you need to name your project as something. So let's say I want to name my project as my site. I will simply type in my site up over here. So now once I'm in there, and once I go ahead and hit enter, it will actually go ahead and create a project for me. So in order to confirm if the project is actually created, I can now go ahead, go into the demo folder, and as you can see, we have this my site directory in here. And if you go inside the my site directory, you will find this manage file here and the my site folder here with a bunch of other files which are present. This means now our project is actually created and the name of our Django project is my site. And now what we want to do is that we want to create something which is called as a Django app. So inside a single Django project, you can have multiple Django apps or applications, and in order to create that particular application, first of all you need to go inside that particular project. So the project directory is my site, means we actually need to go inside the my site directory. So I will say cd my site, hit enter, and as you can see, now we are into the my site directory. And once we are into this Django project directory, we can now go ahead and create our first Django app. So the command for creating a Django app is Django-admin, and instead of start project, as now we want to create an app, I will say start app, and then let's name our app as my app. So whatever name you want to give to your application, you can simply mention that name up over here. So now when I go ahead and hit enter, it will automatically create the Django app for me. So now in order to confirm, I can go into this demo, I can go into my site, and as you can see, I will have the my app directory up over here. So that means we have successfully created the Django project. We have successfully created the Django app as well. So now in the upcoming lecture, we will go ahead and understand the different files which we have inside our project directory and inside our app directory. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. So in this lecture, let's go ahead and learn how to create a Django project on Mac. So if you're on Mac, what you could do is that you could go ahead, go to your desktop and create a brand new folder, and you can actually name this folder as, let's say, demo. So now this demo folder is actually going to be the container to hold our Django project. So once you have this particular demo folder, what you need to do is that you need to open up the terminal. So in order to open up terminal on Mac, simply press Command space and search for terminal. And when you open up terminal, this is what you should be able to get. Now using this terminal, we are actually going to navigate down to the demo folder which we have created on our desktop. So you could simply type in cd, which stands for change directory, and I can say cd desktop. So that will actually open up the desktop. So as you can see, now we are into the desktop. And now in order to go into the demo folder, I would say cd demo. So once I go ahead and hit enter, as you can see, now I'm actually into the demo folder. So now in order to create a Django project, you need to type in django-admin start project. So start project is the command which we will be using to create any Django project. So after start project, you need to mention the name of your project. So in this case, let's say I want to name my project as my site. So I will type in my site up over here. And when I go ahead and hit enter, it will actually go ahead and create the project for me. So if you want to check if the project is actually created, you can simply go ahead, open up this particular demo folder, and as you can see here, we have a new folder or a new directory which is called as my site. So this thing right here is nothing but it's actually our Django project. And if you open this thing up, we have this manage.py file over here. And as you can see, we have another my site folder here which actually contains a bunch of files. So these files are nothing but these are our Django project files. So now once we have these particular files, now we will go ahead and learn how to create our Django app. So once we have this particular project, or once we have this Django project, inside any Django project, we can have multiple apps. So a Django project is nothing but it's actually a collection of multiple apps. So now let's learn how to create a Django app. So first of all, in order to create a Django app, you do need to go ahead and go inside the project folder. So the project folder in our case is my site. So in order to go inside the my site project, I would do cd my site, and now as you can see, we are inside the my site directory. And here, in order to create an application, now I need to type in another command which is django-admin start app. So start app is the command which is used to create a new app, and start project was the command to create a new site or the new project. So now I will say start app, and let's say we name this app as my app. So simply go ahead, hit enter, and it will automatically create an application for you. So if you could open up the demo folder, if you open up my site, as you can see, we have this app created here which is called as my app. Now even this app is going to have a bunch of files in there, and we are going to learn about the significance of these files in the upcoming lecture. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. So in this lecture, let's actually go ahead and learn how to run our Django application onto a server. So Django comes with a useful feature, that is Django allows you to go ahead and spin up a local server and kind of run your application onto that particular local server. Now technically, you would actually host your current Django application on a remote server which is accessible to people. However, for development purposes, you actually need to test your application locally. That is, you need to test your application on your own computer. So in order to test your application on your own machine, Django provides you with a default localhost server. And in order to run that server, you simply need to type in one simple command. So now let's learn how to go ahead and start up your localhost server and run your Django application on it. So first of all, you again need to go ahead and open up the command prompt, and I'm assuming that this font is a little bit smaller. So in order to increase the font, you could go to properties and you can go to fonts. Let me just make this thing a little bit bigger. Okay, now as you can see, we are currently present inside the my site directory. So if you open up your project, as you can see, we are actually inside the demo and inside the my site directory. Now inside this my site directory, we have a file which is called as the manage.py file. So this file actually allows us to go ahead and run our local server. So in order to go ahead and make use of that file to run our server, you could simply go ahead and type in Python manage.py run server. Simply go ahead and hit enter, and that will actually go ahead and run the server for you. So as you can see, it will say that starting development server at this particular path. So simply go ahead and copy this path. So select this and hit enter if you want to copy this on Windows. On Mac you can directly go ahead, right click and copy this path. So once the path is copied, you could open up your web browser and you could simply go ahead and paste this path over here and hit enter. So as you can see, as soon as you run this, you will get this particular page which says that the install worked successfully, congratulations. This means our application is now up and running. However, this is not the layout or the content which we have developed. So this is the by default content which automatically comes with your project, and we are now soon going to go ahead and change that and create our very own web page in Django. However, now let's learn how to stop this particular server right here. So as you can see, once you have typed in the run server command, which is python manage.py run server, this will actually start up the server, and your server is going to run continuously unless and until you go ahead and stop it. So now in order to stop this server, you have to press Ctrl C, maybe press Ctrl C twice, and this will actually stop your server. So now as soon as the server is stopped, if you go back here and hit refresh, let's see what exactly happens. So as you can see, it says unable to connect. Firefox can't establish a connection to the server, and that's because the server is not up and running. So in order to make this thing functional, you again need to go ahead and again need to type in python manage.py run server, and that should actually start your server. So now if I hit refresh, as you can see, the page works again. So that means whenever you want to test your application, you should always have your server up and running. And as this server is running locally, it actually uses your localhost address. So this address, which is the IP address, which is 127.0.0.1, is actually the localhost address. And this particular thing, which is 8000, which is mentioned after the colon here, is actually called as the port number. So a server actually has multiple ports, and you need to mention on which port your particular application is running. So we can say that our current Django application is running on the localhost address, which is 127.0.0.1, and it's running on the port which is 8000. So by default, the port on which Django applications run is port 8000, and that's why when we enter this, we get the Django homepage. Now instead of this particular address, which is 127.0.0.1, you could also go ahead and replace this with localhost. So I can say something like localhost, hit enter, and this should work in the same way as well. So that's it for this lecture, and I hope you guys were able to understand how to run your Django application. And whenever you want to stop the application, simply press Ctrl C twice and it will actually stop your Django application or the Django server. So thank you very much for watching, and in the upcoming lecture we are going to learn something about views. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. Hello and welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we will go ahead and learn how to run our Django application on the localhost server. So as we are using Django, Django actually provides you with a local server or a test server so that you can run and test your Django applications on your computer itself even before you start launching your application on your main server. So now let's learn how to start our Django project. So as you can see, we have the Django project and we have the app as well. So now the question is how to actually run our project so that we can see the end result of our project. So doing that is quite simple. You again need to switch back to your terminal, and right now you need to make sure that you are into this my site directory, or the directory which is nothing but your project directory. And now if you're on Windows, you could type in dir, hit enter, and if you're on Mac or Linux, you could type in ls, hit enter, and as you can see, you will be able to see this manage.py file. Now this manage.py file is used to actually run our server. So there's actually a command which you need to pass into this file to run the server. So you need to type in Python, and if you're using Mac and if you have Python 2 and Python 3 installed together, you need to type in Python 3 here. However, if you're using just Windows, you need to just type in Python. So I will say Python 3 manage.py, which is the file name, and then I need to type in a command which is run server. So when I go ahead and hit enter, it will actually go ahead and run the server for me. So as you can see, it says starting development server at this particular address. So now I'll simply go ahead, copy this address, open up your web browser. So you can open up any web browser of your choice, and here you just need to go ahead and paste the URL, hit enter, and as you can see, it says the install worked successfully, congratulations. So when you enter this URL, you're going to get this by default page which is predefined by Django, and if this runs, that means your application is up and running and the server is up and running. So the reason why this is called as a local server, because if you take a look at the URL, this URL is actually called as the localhost URL. So this thing right here is actually the IP address, which is 127.0.0.1, which is called as the localhost address. So even if you replace this with, let's say, localhost and hit enter, this is going to work absolutely in the same manner. And the number 8000 which we have here is called as the port number. So any server actually has an IP and it has a port number. So this particular port number defines at which particular port is this particular application running. So in our case, it's actually running at the port number 8000. So typically when you install Django, that's actually going to run on port number 8000 on your local machine. So now if you go back here, as you can see, the server is still up and running, and if you want to stop the server, you need to press Ctrl C, and if you're on Windows, you might have to press Ctrl C twice, and it will actually stop the server. Now once the server has stopped running, and if you go back and hit refresh, as you can see, it will say Safari or your browser cannot connect to the server. And the reason is the server is now not running. So whenever you want to run the server, you again need to type in the command Python manage.py run server. And when you do that, I guess I made a typo here. This should be Python 3 manage.py run server. And when you go ahead and do that, and if you go back and hit refresh, your server should be back up and running. So this is how you could go ahead and run your localhost server and sort of run your Django application on that server. So right now, as you can see, we get this by default page which is predefined by Django, and in the upcoming lecture we will go ahead and learn how to print hello world on this particular page. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. So in this lecture, let's actually go ahead and open up our current Django project inside a code editor. So if you're using PyCharm, you could open up the project in PyCharm. However, you can use another code editor as well. So for this particular section, I will be using Visual Studio Code, and I'm assuming that you already have Visual Studio Code with you. So if you don't have Visual Studio Code, please refer to the lecture next to this one, and there I will show you guys how to download and install Visual Studio Code. So I'll simply go ahead, open up Visual Studio Code, and in here, once Visual Studio Code is opened up, you actually need to go ahead and open up your current Django project. So I actually have a old project opened up here, so I will go ahead and open up the new one. So go to File, go to Open, and here I just need to select Desktop, and here I can actually select the demo folder which we have here. So I'll simply open this thing up, and here I can select the My Site project, which is our Django project, and I'll simply open this thing up. So as you can see, now we have the two folders here, which is the My App and the My Site. Now let's go through all the files which are actually present inside these particular folders. So let's first start with the My Site directory, as this is actually our project directory. So the very first file in My Site is this init.py file, and as you can see, if you open up this file, this is a completely empty file, and the job of this file is to tell Python that the current package, which is the My Site package, is actually a Python package. So if any folder or directory, if it contains the init.py file, that means that directory is a Python package. So that's the significance of this file. This file's job is to go ahead and kind of tell that this is a Python package. Now let's move on to the next file, which is the ASGI file. So this is a file which actually is used for configuration of your project, and we won't be dealing with this file as of now, so there's no point in discussing it. However, the next very most important file is the settings.py file. Now this file actually contains all the settings and configurations which are required for your Django project. So for example, as our current Django project is using a SQLi3 database, so that information is actually present up over here. So if you scroll down a little bit, as you can see, here we have databases and we have set SQLi3 as our by default database. So all the other settings and all the other essential parameters of our project are actually present in this particular settings.py file. Now let's move on to this file, which is the urls.py file. So this particular file's job is to go ahead and handle the incoming URLs. So as I earlier mentioned, Django is a backend framework, and let's say if you are developing a website using Django, obviously your user is going to visit your domain name or your URL. So let's say, for example, if you are creating a social media website and if the user types in your website's address, so that address or whatever the request which the user has made is a URL request. And it's the job of this urls.py file to sort of go ahead and match up those requests. So using this particular urls.py file, you will be able to define your own URL patterns so that you can handle the incoming URL requests. Now this might sound a little bit confusing. However, as we dive deeper into the course, this will actually make sense. Now let's move on to the next file, which is this WSGI file. So again, this file is not much of that use as of now. This is used when you go ahead and deploy your application on a real world server. So we are not going to touch this file as of now. Now the next file here is the manage.py file, and the job of this file is to go ahead and provide you with a certain set of commands which you could use. So making use of this manage.py file, we are actually going to run our Django application on the localhost server. So we are going to learn that as well in this lecture itself. Now let's talk about the files inside the my app directory. So inside the my app directory, again we have this init.py file, which is again a blank file. However, this states that the my app directory is a Python directory. Then we have the admin.py file, and the admin.py file is used to configure or customize your admin panel. So Django is a framework which by default comes with an admin panel, meaning that if you create a website, you actually need to have an admin panel to sort of go ahead and manage your website. Now the best part about Django is that you get the admin panel by default and you don't have to build it from scratch. However, if you wish to customize that admin panel, you could go ahead and make use of this admin.py file to do so. Then we have this apps.py file, and it basically contains the app config. Then we have the models.py file, and this is one of the most important files in your entire Django project. That is because this particular file defines the structure or the blueprint for the database tables of your applications. So using this file, you can actually go ahead and define models or data models, which are later converted into database tables. Now again, this is extremely confusing at this point, and I don't expect you guys to understand this at this stage. This is just a brief intro of what the files mean. Then we have the test.py file, and this file's job is to go ahead and allow us to write certain test cases. Then we have the views.py file, and from the name itself you can guess that this is basically used to go ahead and control what you actually view on the web page. So all of the Python code which is to go ahead and display something on the web page is going to go inside this particular views.py file. So I hope that you guys were able to understand what are the different files and their significances inside your Django project and inside your Django application. So in the upcoming lecture, we will go ahead and learn how to run our localhost server for our Django project. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. So in this lecture, let's go ahead and learn how to display hello world on this particular web page and what are views. So as I earlier mentioned, while going through these set of files right here, the views.py file is the file which actually defines what you could display on the web page. So now in our case, we want to display hello world on the web page or on the home page. So in order to do that, you would need to write a view. Now views in Django are nothing but they are basically a function. So whenever you need to write a view, you need to create a simple Python function. So whenever you want to create a view, you could say def, and then you need to name your view as something. So let's go ahead and name this view as, let's say, index. So I will say def index. Now this is a typical function right here, and you could write any sort of code in here. However, in case of a Django view, as I earlier mentioned, Django is a backend framework, and its job is to go ahead and program the server such that it accepts incoming request and it returns an appropriate response. So the whole job of the server is request response, take up the request, give an appropriate response. So that job inside a server is handled by these views which we are going to write in here. So every view must be capable of accepting an incoming request. So this particular index view also needs to go ahead and accept some request. And henceforth, we are going to accept the request and pass that request to this particular index view. So therefore, in the parameters, I will say request, as this is going to accept a request. Now, as this particular view has accepted a request, now it needs to return back some response. So in order to return a response, a server or a view cannot just simply return a simple response. Instead, it actually needs to return a proper response called as HTTP response. So in order to return an HTTP response, first of all, you need to import HTTP in your views. And HTTP is actually present inside the Django's HTTP package. So you need to type in from django.http import, that's going to be HTTP response. So make sure that you type HTTP response in a correct manner, as the letters of that word are case sensitive. So now once you have this HTTP response, you could now make this particular index function return a HTTP response. So you could type in return HTTP response, and to this particular HTTP response, inside single quotes, you could pass in some string like, let's say, hello world. Okay, so now once we are done with this, we are good to go and we are done with our view. Now let's see if this is actually displayed on the home page. So first of all, you need to make sure that your server is up and running, and yeah, in my case the server is up and running. And now I can go back, and if I hit refresh, as you can see, I still got the same response or the same web page here, and I didn't get hello world over there. So the reason why we didn't get hello world over there is because creating a view itself is not enough, but you also need to associate a particular view with a URL pattern. So if you go to the urls.py file here, as you can see, we have the URL patterns defined up over here. So here currently we have one pattern which is for admin. So that means, let's say if we go back to our application and let's say we type in our web address /admin, it will actually redirect us to this particular page, which is the Django admin page. Now what we want to do is that we want to redirect to the index page when we go ahead and say this /index. However, if we type this URL over here, as you can see, it says page not found. And that's because we have not configured this particular URL. So in order to configure this URL, you need to go inside your urls.py file, and you need to create a new URL pattern for this particular view. So here I need to type in path, and then inside single quotes, I need to mention the path which I want to configure. So I want to configure the path which looks like index, give a slash at the end, and upon entering this particular path in the web browser, I want to display hello world over here. So how can I go ahead and do that? So now the view which actually returns hello world response is the index view. So I do need to make sure that I'm able to use this view in the urls.py file. Now if you take a look at the urls.py file, it's actually present in my site, whereas the view is actually present in my app. So how to go ahead and use this particular view inside over here? And we can simply do that by importing the view from my app over here inside the urls.py file. And in order to do that, you need to type in from my app import views. So that will actually import this views file over here in the urls.py file. Now I need to go ahead and pass in the index view over here to this path. So I will give a comma and say views.index, and in this way I will now get access to this index view right over here. So what this line of code means is that whenever Django encounters this URL, it's actually going to go ahead and execute this view right here, which is nothing but the index view. So the index view is nothing but this view right here, which returns an HTTP response, hello world. So now once we have defined this, you can also go ahead, give a comma and give the name for this particular URL pattern. So you could say name equals and define the name of your URL in single quotes. So I will say index as the name of this URL. Now, whenever you write or create a new URL pattern inside your urls.py file, you always need to make sure that you give a comma at the end, or else you're going to have an error. So now let's save the code. And let's see if this would work. So right now I'm at localhost 8000/index, and if I go ahead and hit enter, as you can see, I will get hello world here. So that means we were successful in printing out hello world over here. However, now if I go to the home page, which is this, and hit enter, as you can see, I don't get anything up over here. So let's say now instead of displaying hello world on the /index, let's say I want to display hello world on this page itself, which is the index page. So in order to do that, you do need to make change to this particular path right here. So instead of having index here, I will make this thing as empty. And whenever the path over here is empty, this means that we are pointing to the home page. So now if I go ahead and hit refresh, as you can see, I will get hello world on the home page itself. So this is how views in Django work. Views in Django allow us to go ahead and accept a particular request and return back an appropriate response. So the response which we have used in this case was the HTTP response, and we have returned hello world as the string to the incoming request. And in order to handle the URL requests, we again have this urls.py file. So whenever you want to handle some URL request coming to your application, you simply go ahead and create a path or the URL pattern for that particular URL, and then simply associate a view with it. So that's it for this lecture, and I hope this gave you a brief idea about how views and URL patterns work together. So in the upcoming lecture, we will go ahead and we will try creating another view. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. Now let's learn how to create another view in Django. So in this particular lecture, we will be repeating the same set of code which we have written in the previous lecture. However, this is just to give you guys an idea about how multiple views would work with a particular application. So let's say if you are designing an e-commerce website, and let's say if you want to display products on a specific page. So in that case, what you could do is that you could define a completely new view and associate that view with a URL pattern. So on your e-commerce website, obviously there are going to be multiple pages. So for each page, you would write a different view. So let's create a simple view for the products page and see how it would work. So here, let's create a view called as dev, let's say products. And as usual, this is going to accept a request. And again, we are going to make this thing return a HTTP response. However, this is going to say something like products. So now, once you have this particular view, our next job is to go ahead and associate any view with a specific URL pattern. So again, I'll go back to the urls.py file and create a new URL pattern here. So I will say path. And let's say I want to display the products page when the user actually types in products in his URL bar. So I will say product slash, And now I will connect this view with the products view. So I will say comma views dot products, and let's name this URL as products, and also make sure that you give a comma at the end. So now once we are done with this, let's see if this would work. So I will go back here and I will say slash products, hit enter, and as you can see, if I go to the products page or the products URL, which is our website address or website domain / products, it will actually display me products. If I go to the index page, which is this page, it will say hello world. So in this particular manner, you could create multiple views for your website or web application. Now the problem here is that if you could take a look at the views or the HTTP response inside the view, here we have returned a plain simple text. So here we had simply returned hello world over here. However, what we wish to do here is that instead of having to return a simple string, let's see if we can return HTML instead of a simple string. So I hope that you already know HTML, and in HTML, whenever you actually want to create something, you make use of HTML tags. So let's go ahead and add a heading tag, which is the h1 tag in here, and let's say we want to pass in hello world as the heading. So I will create the h1 opening tag, the h1 closing tag, and within these two tags I will pass in hello world. So in terms of HTML, this is nothing but a heading. So now if I go back, save the code, hit refresh, as you can see, now it will display the heading up over here. Now that's all fine and good. We can actually return HTML here. You could return multiple strings of HTML here as well. However, writing the entire page HTML inside an HTTP response is not a good practice. You can actually go ahead and write in or copy any sort of HTML code or multiple blocks of HTML code in here, and it's going to work fine. However, we need a proper way or a more concise way to go ahead and pass in HTML in here, and that way is by using something which is called as templates. So we are going to learn about templates in the upcoming lectures. However, in the next lecture we are going to go ahead and learn about models. So as you can see, we have not yet written any kind of models in here. So in the upcoming lecture we will learn what exactly are models and how they are used, and what is the significance of using models in Django. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. So in this lecture, let's go ahead and learn about databases and models in Django. So as we all know, and we have said it multiple number of times, like Django is a backend development framework. That means Django is used to define the backend of any web application. And when you talk about backends, a database is actually an integral part of any backend. So if you're having a website, and if that website is data intensive, then obviously all of that data needs to be stored somewhere, and all the website data is actually stored inside the database. So if you take an example of a social media website like Facebook, so all the data of users is actually stored inside a database, which is actually managed by a backend. So now while you are building applications with some other language like PHP or something like that, and if you're using a different framework, and then there's actually a lot of things which you need to do in order to configure your web application with the backend database. However, in case of Django, dealing with databases actually becomes a lot easier, as Django provides us a built-in database which is called as SQLite 3. And it's not just about providing the database. However, Django comes with something which is called as the object relational mapper, which actually helps us to go ahead and skip all of the complexities of using a database. So for example, if you're developing some backend application with some other technology, and if you're using a database, then you need to learn a lot of things about the database itself. You need to learn how to write SQL queries to create table. You need to learn how to query some data from the database. You need to go ahead and learn multiple other database related things even before you start working on your web application. However, with Django, things actually become much simpler, as you don't have to deal with all of that stuff. So if you already are familiar with databases, then this might make sense to you. However, if you are completely new and if you don't know what databases are, just pay attention to what I will be saying right now. So as I earlier mentioned, your website is going to have some critical data. So if you are building an e-commerce website, you need to store products. If you're building a social media site, you need to store data related to users. So now all of this data is stored inside a database, and a database actually has something which is called as database tables. So for example, if you're using a social media website, the social media website is going to have a users table, and the users table is going to save the user data. Now in case of an e-commerce website is also going to save some user data like the user's address, his payment methods, or other information which is essential, and it will also store the product data as well. So all of this data is actually arranged in a proper format inside a database, and in order to actually properly arrange this data, database actually use something which is called as database tables. So the user data inside your e-commerce website is actually stored in the users table, and the product data inside your e-commerce website is stored inside the products table. So I hope you got the idea like what exactly tables are and why they are used in a database. So now the question is, what exactly is a database table and how does it look like? So you could simply go ahead and make a Google search and you should be able to find what a database table look like. So I will say database table, and I'll show you guys how a database table would look like. So this is for those of you who are completely new to this concept and those who have no idea about what the table is. So let's take the simple example. Okay, so as you can see, this is one of the simplest examples of a database table. So as you can see here, we basically have multiple fields, and this appears to be some user table. So as you can see, the user's information is stored in a tabular format wherein we have columns. So we have a customer ID column, the first name column, last name column, and date created column. And then we have rows over here. So this is the first row, second row, third row, fourth row, so on and so forth. So each row actually represents information about one person. So the customer whose ID is 1, his first name is this, last name is this, and he has created an account on this particular date. So I hope that this gives you an idea of what a database table is. So now in case of Django applications, we will be storing data inside similar such tables. Now the question is how to create those tables for our application. Now if you are using some different framework or different backend framework, you would have to manually go ahead and create those tables on your own by writing SQL queries. However, in case of Django provides us with something which is called as a database model, which can be defined in the models.py file. So in case of Django apps, you just need to create a model, and Django will actually create a table from the model which you have up over here. So let's say, for example, if you want to create a users table, or let's say products table, you don't have to create a table actually, you just have to create a model, and Django will actually create a table out of your model. So that's how simple it is. So in the upcoming lecture, what we will do is that we will go ahead and we will try to create a table to save the data for our Django application, and we are going to create that table using Django models. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. So now let's learn how to create our first model in Django. So I hope that you guys were able to understand why exactly we need models. So now in this particular series, or in this particular section, we will be creating a bookstore using Django. And as we are creating a bookstore website, we obviously need to go ahead and need some sort of a table to store books. So in order to create that table, we will be making use of these models which will actually make the table for us. So now let's go ahead and create a model. So in order to create a model in Django, you actually need to go ahead and create a model in terms of a Python class. So in case of views, we have actually used functions. However, in models, we have to use classes to define a model. So I will say class, and then as we are actually storing books here, I will create a class or a model named as book, and this is actually going to be our table name as well. Now, to this particular class, we actually want to inherit from models.model, stating that this particular class is actually a model. And then what you need to do is that you need to define what all fields do you want to have in this particular book. So for example, as we are storing some book data, the book needs to actually have a name, the book needs to have a price, and the book needs to have description. So for that, you actually need to define those fields inside a model. So now the question is how to define those fields. So let's go ahead and create our first field. So first field is going to be, let's say, the name of the book. So I will say name equals. So once you type name equals, you need to type in models dot, and you need to then define the field which this is. So now inside the name, as we actually want to save the book name, the book's name is nothing but a character value. That means you need to tell Django that this thing right here is going to have a character value. Therefore, you need to type in models.car field, which defines that this is actually a character field. And now you need to end this with a parenthesis, and inside this parenthesis you need to also pass in the maximum length which is allowed. So let's say I say max underscore length is equal to, let's say, 100 for the title of the book. Then if you want to define a new field, you just need to go right below the name and you need to define the next field over here. So let's go ahead and define some subtitle or the description of the book. So I will go ahead and create a new field, and to keep things and names simple, I'll say DESC as description. So I'll say DESC equals, and as the description is also going to be characters, I will again go ahead and say models.car field, and I'll say max underscore length equals, let's say, 300, as the description is going to be a little bit broader. Now in a similar fashion, you could also set the price of the book as well. So you could set another field as price, and as price is not a character value but instead as the price is integer value, I can say models dot integer field. And now once I have defined this model, we are good to go. So this particular model which we have here is actually the blueprint which Django uses to create database tables. So right now, once the model is created, we cannot actually directly go ahead and save data into this model. Instead, we now actually have to go ahead and convert this particular model into actual database tables. Now the question is, how exactly can we do that? So we are going to learn how to convert this model or this Django model into database tables in the upcoming lecture. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. Okay, so now once we have created this model, now let's go ahead and turn this model into a database table. So even before we do that, there's one important thing which we need to do. So what you need to do here is that if you go inside the settings.py file and if you scroll down a little bit, as you can see, it has something which is called as the installed apps list. So in this particular list, what you need to do is that you just need to make sure that you have your app, which is my app, inside this list. So whenever you create a new application in your Django project, you do need to make sure that you add that particular app inside the installed apps. So here I'll go ahead and in quotations I'll say my app and give a comma, and we are good to go. So the reason why you need to go ahead and add this app up over here is because now whenever you want to create database tables out of this particular model, as this model is actually present in your my app directory, you do need to make sure that your app is actually present in the settings.py file, because the commands which we will be using right now to create database tables actually makes use of this installed apps list. And that's why you should actually have your app name up over here. Now let's go ahead and learn how to create tables out of this model. Now the process of creating tables out of a Django model is called as making migrations. Now in order to make migrations, you again need to open up your terminal and you need to stop the server first. And the first and foremost command which we are going to run in this case is Python 3 manage.py make migrations. So once you type this command in, simply hit enter, and as you can see, it says create model book. That means whenever you type in the make migrations command, it will actually go ahead, take a look at the models.py file, and it will decide if any new model has been created. So as you can see, it has actually picked up that we have created the model book, and now even after this step, the tables are not actually being created. Now in order to actually create those tables, you need to type in another command, and that command is Python 3 manage.py migrate. So now if I go ahead and hit enter, now as you can see, it will actually create a bunch of tables for us, and within these tables, hopefully we should actually have our books table. So now once we have created the database tables, in the upcoming lecture we will go ahead and learn how to add data to those particular database tables. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. Hello and welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we will go ahead and learn how to add some data into our database. So in the previous lecture we actually went ahead and made migrations for this particular model right over here, and what making migration means is that when we make migrations, what happens is that this particular database model or this particular model actually gets converted into a database table. Now the reason why we have database table is so that we can actually add books to that particular table. Now as we are using Django actually comes with Django ORM, which stands for Object Relational Mapper. So in case if you actually wanted to go ahead and if you wanted to add some data to the database, normally you would need to use something which is called as SQL or structured query language. So you would have to go ahead and write in some SQL queries to insert data into the database. However, as now we are using Django, we don't actually have to go ahead and write SQL. Instead, we can use Django ORM. So this lecture is exactly going to be about that. That is how exactly can we go ahead and use the Django ORM. So the first thing which you need to do is that you need to go ahead, open up your command prompt, and now as you can see the server is up and running. So if your server is running, simply stop your server, and here what you need to do is that you need to start up your Python shell. So make sure that you are actually into this my site directory, which is your project directory, and then what you need to do is that you need to type in Python. So as I am using Python 3 here, I would say Python 3 manage.py, and then I would type in shell. So that will actually go ahead and open up Python shell for me. So as you can see, now it has opened up Python shell, and if you're using some different version or if you don't have IPython, then you might actually get some different result right up over here. So now once this thing opens up, here you can actually go ahead and write in a bunch of Python code. So what we want to do here is that we want to use the Django Object Relational Mapper. So first of all, as we actually want to add data to the books table or the book table which we have in our database, first of all we need to go ahead and import this specific model. So as you can see, this model, which is book, is actually present in the models.py file, and the models.py file is actually present in our app which is called as my app. So that means you actually need to import this particular model from my app and from the models. So let's go ahead and import that. So I would say from my app dot models, I actually want to import the model which is nothing but book. So once I go ahead and hit enter, it will actually go ahead and import that model for me. Now once we have this model, making use of this model, we can actually check if this model has any objects. So that basically means, let's say we have created the model and now we want to check if there's already some data present into it. So in order to query the model, we go ahead and type in book.objects, and if I actually want to get all the objects, I will type in .all and have a parentheses up over here and hit enter, and as you can see, the output which we get is an empty query set right over here, and that means currently there are no books inside our model which is called as book. Now let's learn how exactly can we go ahead and save some data into this particular book model. So whenever you actually wanted to go ahead and save some item into your model, what you need to do is that you need to go ahead and create an object out of that model, because as you all know, inside the model all we have is a set of objects. That means whatever data you are going to store here is going to be saved in form of an object. So now here I actually want to go ahead and create an object, and that object has to be of the type book. So let's go ahead and try creating an object here of the type book. So let's say we name this object as A. So I will say A equals, and then as this is going to be a book object, I will say book. And now to this particular object, we need to pass in these parameters, which is name, description, and price. So let's go ahead and pass that thing in up over here. So here I will say name equals, and let's say the name of the book is let's say life, and I'll give a comma, and the next parameter here is the description. So I will say DESC equals, and I will set some description here. So as the name and the description are actually character fields, I'm including those in quotations. So here let's say I would say this is the description, and then the final parameter is nothing but the price of the book. So in order to set the price, I would say price equals, and let's say $10. So as price is actually an integer field, I won't include it in quotations, and that's the reason I have not used quotations up over here for price. Okay, so now once this thing is done, what you could do is that you could simply go ahead and hit enter. So that will actually go ahead and create an object of the type book. However, once you have created this object, you actually need to go ahead and save this specific object. So in order to save this object, I would say the object name, which is a dot save. So save is the method which is actually going to go ahead and save the object inside our book model. So if I go ahead and hit enter, it will actually save that particular object over there. Now if you want to check if this particular book object which we have created just right now is actually saved inside books, you could again go ahead and execute this particular query, which is books.objects.all. So now if I go ahead and do that, as you can see, it will show me that it has a book object number 1. Now as you can see, this thing right here is the object representation. That means as book is an object, it will be represented as an object over here. However, it will not display its name or description. Now if you actually want to go ahead and instead of displaying book object 1, let's say if you want to actually display the name of the book, which is life here, what you could do is that you can actually go ahead and make a minor change to your model. So here inside the model, you can actually go ahead and add a string representation of that model. So a string representation is nothing but it's the way your object is going to be displayed when you go ahead and try to get a particular object. So here, in order to add the string representation, you would do def. So you would write a function in here inside this class, _str _self, and it will actually accept self as a parameter. That's because to this particular str method, we are actually passing in the object itself. And once it has the object, it needs to return the name of the object. So I will say return, and now in order to refer to the object, I will say self, because self here means the object, and now I want to return the object's name here. So I will say self.name. So now once I do that, and if I go back here and if I say book.objects.all, the changes won't be reflected as of now over here. However, when we actually go ahead and restart this particular shell, you should be actually able to go ahead and get the name of the book. So let's give it a try. So now in order to exit out of this shell, I would say exit, use the parentheses and hit enter. So now as you can see, we have exited out of the shell. Now let's go back inside the shell by typing in Python 3 manage.py shell. Now again, once I'm into the shell, I now need to go ahead and import book once again. So I will import the books here. Then I will go ahead and now I'll try to access the objects of the book. And as you can see, now instead of having book object 1, just like that, we now have the actual name of the book, which is life. So if you actually want to return the description of the book, you could simply say self.description. So now as you can see, this book, which is live, has actually been stored inside this particular book model. Now similar to that, you can actually go ahead and create another object and you can save that as well. So let's go ahead and give it a try. So let's create a new object B. So as the object is going to be of the type book, I'll say B equals book. And now let's pass in the name as, let's say the name of the book is ABC. Give a comma. Let's add the description as well. So let's say this thing says something like book about alphabets, and let's add the price as well. Let's say $15. Okay, so now once we have this particular object, I can hit enter, and now in order to save this object, I would say b.save, and now this object would be saved inside the book model as well. Now if I actually want to retrieve what sort of objects does the model have, I would simply do book.objects.all. So as you can see, it will give me two books. First one is life and the second book would be ABC. So that means we have successfully added two books inside the database model or inside the database table. However, as you have added the books, you don't need to write any SQL query. You can actually access those particular objects using this method. And this is only possible because we are currently using the Django object relational mapper to basically get access to the objects which are actually saved. So to put it in simple terms, you can also say that whenever you want to access items from your database, they are accessible as objects and you can use them as objects whenever you need them. So that's it for this lecture, and I hope you guys were able to understand this particular method of actually saving data into your database. However, there's a better way to save data into the database, and that's by using something which is called as the Django admin panel. So in the upcoming lecture, we will go ahead and learn how to use the Django admin panel. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. So now we will learn an easier way to save data into our database. So don't worry if you found the previous lecture confusing, that's because it was, and this is not the standard way to add data to our database. It's actually a much easier way to do so. The previous lecture was just to show you guys or give you guys an idea about how saving of objects actually takes place in Django. Okay, so now let's go ahead and in this lecture learn about the Django admin panel. So you might recall that if you go inside the urls.py file, we actually had a path here for the admin, and whenever you went to your browser and whenever you typed in /admin, you would be redirected to an admin page. So let's go ahead and do that and visit that particular page once again. So if you're into the Python shell from the previous lecture, simply exit out of that. And now let's restart our server. So I would say python 3 manage.py run server, and now let's try to visit the admin panel here. So if I would do the url/admin, as you can see, you will be presented with this particular login page for the Django admin panel. However, we don't currently possess the Django admin credential, and that's because in order to actually get the username and password for the Django admin panel, you actually need to create something which is called as a super user. Now, what exactly is a super user? A super user is some user which actually has access to all of your website, and he can control and manipulate all the data which is present on your website. So you can say that a site admin is someone who actually owns and controls a particular website, and therefore he must actually have all the privileges to add data, remove data, modify data, or view data. So that's all possible using the Django admin panel. However, even before getting access to that particular Django admin panel, you would need to go ahead and create a super user. So let's now learn how to create a super user. So in order to create a super user, you need to go back to your terminal or the command prompt, and in here again you need to stop the server first even before you do something else. So I'll go ahead and stop my server, and in here the simple command which you use to create a super user is python 3 or python manage.py create super user and hit enter. And as soon as you hit enter, it will actually ask you to go ahead and create a username. So if I go ahead and simply press enter, it will actually set this particular name as my username. So if you want to set a new username, you could simply type in that username over here and hit enter. Now it will ask you for your email. So I will add a dummy email here. Let's say demo@gmail.com. This is not my email. I've just added a dummy email here. And now it will ask you for the password. So I will type my password as, let's say, super user, hit enter. It will ask me to confirm the password as well. So I will again type in super user, hit enter. And as you can see, it says super user created successfully. So that means now our super user credentials are created and we can finally log in into the admin panel. Now, even before you log into the admin panel, you also need to make sure that you restart your server because it's not currently running. So let's run the server again, go back here. And now let's use the credentials which we have just created. So I will type in my username and my password is super user. So I click login, and as you can see, now we are actually into the admin panel. And as you can see, here it says authentication and authorization, and here we have groups and users. So we won't be dealing with groups and users as of now. However, what we are looking for is we are actually looking for a model which is books, so that we can actually add data to this specific model. However, if you go back here, you will notice that there's actually no model present here which is called as book. And the reason why it's not actually present is because whenever you create your model in your Django website, in your Django web application, or in your Django project, you need to tell Django that you want to include this particular model inside your admin panel. And how do you actually say that to Django? You say that by going inside the admin.py file, and in here you need to register your model which you want to display on the admin panel. So in our case, we actually want to register the book model. So in order to register that model, first of all, you need to import that model here inside the admin.py file. So in order to go ahead and import this, I would say from .models, and we are using dot because the models.py file and the admin.py file are actually present in the same directory, and whenever you want to import stuff from the same directory, you would say from dot and then the name of the file, which is models. So I will say from .models import book, because book is the name of our model, and now here you want to register that particular model. So in order to register, you would simply type in admin.site.register, and make sure that you don't type this R in capitals because this is actually case sensitive. So here I will simply pass in the actual model, which is book. So now once we are done with this, we are pretty much good to go. And now if I go back here and hit refresh, as you can see, you will be able to see this particular book model. However, here it has replaced the name of book with books, because obviously this particular model will contain multiple objects of book and it will hence become books. So now if I open this thing up, as you can see, I will also be able to see the two books which I currently have. So I have the book which is ABC, and if I click on that, I will be able to see the name ABC, the description, the price as well. Now if I go back, you will see that I will also have an option to add a specific book. So let's go ahead and add a new book, and let's call this book as computer lessons. I will type the description as this is a good book, and let's set the price to $20. And I guess I had an extra S here. Okay, so now once you have typed this thing in, you could simply go ahead and click on save, and that will actually add your new book over here. So as you can see, this is actually a much better way to add data for your Django application, and this does not involve writing some complex code as we had done right up over here. So you don't have to do that. This was just to show you guys how Django works. However, when you want to actually add data to your website, you could go ahead and make use of this admin panel. Now, using this admin panel, you can not only just add data, but you can delete that data as well. So for example, you could go ahead and let's say if you want to delete this book, you could simply go ahead, select this, click on this actions option, and you could go ahead and say delete selected books, and if you click on go, that book would be deleted. You could also go ahead, open this thing up and modify anything as well. So let's say if you want to change the price of your book from let's say $20 to $25, you could go ahead, do that, click on save, and as you can see, it will say that the book Computer Lessons was changed successfully. So that means if you go ahead and check the price again, you will be able to see the price as 25. So that's all about the admin panel as of now. And I hope that you guys understood how to go ahead and use this admin panel to add, delete, and modify data. So that's it for this lecture. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. So hello and welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we will learn how to display all of these books on our homepage. So obviously currently these books are actually viewed inside our admin panel, and only the site user can actually have access or take a look or view these books. However, how to go ahead and display those books onto this particular page which is currently displaying hello world. So let's go ahead and learn how to do that. So you all know that in order to get access to those books, we had written a query over here, and that query was book.objects.all. So this query actually gave us the list of the book. So as you can see here, book.objects.all gave us access to the book which is Life and ABC. So now in order to get access to those books over here, what we need to do is that we first need to go ahead, go inside our views, and as you can see, in order to display hello world, we had actually passed in hello world to HTTP response. So now instead of actually passing in HTTP response of hello world here, what if we pass in the books here? So we all know that in order to get access to books, first of all you would need the book model, and then using the book model you would use this query which is book.objects.all. So let's go ahead and try to do that up over here inside the views. So first of all, I'll go ahead and import the model here. So I will say from .model or .models import, that's going to be book. So now once I have imported book, I can now go ahead and query this particular book object. So I will say book.objects.all, and this will actually give me access to all of the books which we have in our database. However, now doing that alone isn't sufficient. We actually want to go ahead and save this particular list of books into something. So I will create something which is called as a book underscore list, and I will say book list equals book.object.all. So what this will do is that it will go ahead and get all of the books, and it will save it into this particular book list. So now once I have this book list, I can now pass in that book list up over here instead of this constant string. So let's type in book list here, and once I go ahead and do that, I should be able to get the book list on our homepage. So let's go ahead and see if that would work. So now if I go ahead and hit enter, as you can see, we actually got the book list here which says Life, then we have ABC, and then we have Computer Lessons. Now this particular list which we got is not represented in a proper format. That's because we have directly passed in this list over here. But what if you actually want to structure this particular books in a proper manner or in a proper fashion? So whenever you want to structure a particular web page, we use hypertext markup language or HTML. So in order to format this in a better way, what you need to do now is that you actually need to go ahead and instead of passing this book list directly to the HTTP response, you actually need to pass it to something which is called as a template. So what template allows us to do is that it allows us to write HTML in a different file and allows us to connect that HTML file with this specific view. And once we have connected the HTML file with this view, we can actually return that HTML file as an HTTP response. And along with that, we can also pass in the book list over here to that particular HTML file. So in the upcoming lectures, what we will do is that we will go ahead and learn something about templates. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you. Hello and welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we are going to go ahead and learn something about templates. So let's go ahead and take a brief overview about what exactly are templates and why do we actually need them. So currently, as you can see in the previous lecture, we had passed in a book list to our page, and this is what the page actually looked like. However, we cannot do that because we actually want a proper structured layout of our web page, and that's only possible by using an HTML. Now you can technically go ahead and pass in HTML directly to this particular HTTP response. However, writing a bunch of HTML code in here inside these two parentheses is not advisable, and it's also not quite readable. So in order to avoid this issue, Django actually provides us with a feature which is called as templates. So templates in Django actually allow us to generate HTML dynamically. Now, in order to generate these dynamic templates, we actually would need a templating engine. Now, Django comes with its own templating engine, and that templating engine is called as the Django template engine. Now, the way in which the Django templating engine works is that Django first needs to find the template, and then it needs to render along with the context data. Now, what exactly is a context data? So, as you can see, our job is to go ahead and display the book list on our homepage. However, directly passing the book list to the HTTP response isn't working well, and henceforth what we do is that to this particular HTTP response, we pass in the template as well as the book list. And what Django does is that Django would actually take the template, which is nothing but our HTML code, and it will also take the book list as well, and it will combine them together and create a dynamic web page out of it. So that's what templates are, and that's how they are actually used. Now let's learn how to go ahead and create a template. Now, in order to create a template, you actually need to go ahead and create a separate directory which is called as templates inside your app directory. So the name of our app directory is my app, which is this directory right here. And inside this directory, you need to create a new directory and call it as templates. So make sure that you name it as templates, not template. If you name it as template, then it won't work. So now, once you have created this directory, there's one another thing which you need to do. Inside this particular templates directory, you need to again go ahead and create a new directory and name it as my app, or whatever name you have given to your app. So in this case, as we have used my app, I will simply go ahead and create my app folder inside the template directory. So technically, this should actually look something like this. So you should have the my app directory, and inside the my app directory, you should have the templates directory, and inside the templates directory, you should again have a my app directory. Now inside this my app directory, you would be actually able to go ahead and create a template. So let's go ahead and actually create a template in here, and a template is nothing but an HTML file. So I will right click and I will say new file, and I will name this thing as, let's say, index.html. So simply go ahead and hit enter, and that will actually create the index file for us. So now this index file is going to be nothing but it's going to be a regular index file. So this is actually going to be a regular HTML file in which we can go ahead and write in some HTML code. Now for now, what I could do is that I could simply go ahead and write in some HTML code in here. So if you're not familiar with HTML, this is how you go ahead and write an HTML. So whenever you want to start writing some HTML code, first of all, you create an HTML tag. So this thing right here is going to be the HTML opening tag, and the one with the slash is going to be the closing tag. So within this particular tag, you again need to create a head tag, and this head tag is going to contain all the important links which your HTML file would use. And after the head tag, you need to use the body tag, which represents the body of your HTML document. So whatever code or HTML code which you need to display on the web page actually goes inside this particular body tag. Now, once we have the head and the body tag, I can now go ahead and add in some HTML code in here. So let's say I will create a heading tag here, h1, and I will say something like this is a heading. So now once this thing is done, let's assume that our HTML file is ready, and now let's learn how to connect this particular template to this specific view, which is the index view. So currently, as you can see, the view is actually returning an HTTP response. However, now as we are using a template, we don't have to use an HTTP response. Instead, we actually want to go ahead and render the template. So in order to render the template, as you can see, we have already imported render here, and the only thing which we need to do now is that we need to return render, and to this particular render you actually need to pass in the request first, which is nothing but this request right here. So it's mandatory that you pass in the request here, give a comma, and now you actually need to go ahead and mention the template which you want to render. So in our case, we actually want to render the template which is index.html. So in order to add that here, you mention single quotes here, and then you need to mention the path of your template. So your template is actually present inside the my app directory. So I will say my app slash index.html. So once this thing is done, let's see what happens. So if I go back here and if I hit refresh, as you can see, now we have rendered this HTML template which says this is a heading. So we are no longer passing in directly something as the HTTP response. Instead, now we are actually rendering a fully fledged template or a fully fledged HTML page, which is this page right here. Now you can write in as many number of lines of code of HTML in here. It won't be a hassle to pass in that up over here. So that means your HTML file can be as big as it wants. However, that's not going to affect any code over here. You simply need to pass in the path to that particular template. Now that's all fine and good, but the main question is how to pass this particular book list to this particular template. So we are going to learn how to do that in the upcoming lecture. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. So in this lecture, let's go ahead and learn how to pass in this particular book list to this particular template right here, so that we can actually display that book list on this homepage right here. So in order to go ahead and do that, first of all, what you need to do is that you need to go ahead and create something which is called as the context. So what we do is that we create a context, and that context would include this particular book list, and then we will pass in that context to this render right over here along with this template. So let's go ahead and create context here. So in order to create context, you would simply type in context equals, and here you will use curly brackets, and inside this curly brackets, first of all, you will go ahead and list out book list over here in quotations. So you will say book underscore list, and then use a colon and again type in book underscore list. So this basically means that we are creating a context wherein we are passing this book list right over here, and we are saying that this book list is going to be called as book list. So this entire thing right here is our context, and now what you could simply do is that you could pass in this context over here to this particular template. So here I can go ahead, give a comma after the template name, and simply pass in context, and we should be good to go. So now once we have passed that context over here, what we could do is that we can go ahead and use this context inside the index.html file. So in here, you could actually access this context which is passed. So the context which is passed is book list. So you can access book list up over here. So now instead of displaying the h1 tag, let's say I go ahead and display book underscore list. So let's see what happens. So if I go ahead, save that, and if I go back here and hit refresh, as you can see, it will say book list, and it won't actually display the book list over here. And that's because whenever you're passing in the context over here to the HTML, we actually need to use a Django template language to display the contents of this particular context. So in order to do that, what we need to do is that we need to use the Django template language, and in case of Django template language, this book list needs to be enclosed in these kinds of curly brackets. So we use 2 opening curly brackets and 2 closing curly brackets. So now once we have typed this thing in this syntax, Django actually knows that this is not just simple plain text, but instead it's actually the context. So now if I go back and hit refresh, as you can see, now we got the query set which actually includes all of the books which we have here. So that's all fine and good. However, now instead of actually getting this list, let's say we want to get individual items out of this particular book list. So as this book list contains multiple items, we now need to go ahead and learn how to iterate through or loop through each one of those items inside the book list. So in order to keep things simple, I will simply go ahead and delete all of this over here. And now let's learn how to loop through each and every book which is actually present in the book list. So in order to loop through all of those items, we are going to use a for loop in here. However, as this is not Python, instead it's actually a templating language. In case of templating languages, you need to write in loops or for loops in this manner. So here, first of all, you need to use the curly brackets and use the % here or 2 % here. And then you need to type in for, let's say book in book underscore list. So what this would mean is that we want to get every single book from the book list, and the book list over here is nothing but this context which we have passed in here. Now once you have created this for loop, we need to use something which is called as end for to end this loop. So I will say end for here, and also notice that how we have mentioned end for inside the combination of a curly bracket and the %. So whatever code which goes inside here actually becomes the part of the loop, and that's actually going to be repeated. So once we are in here, now here what we want to do is that we want to display every single book. So here I can say book in double curly brackets, and if I go back and hit refresh, as you can see, I will now have all the 3 books listed up over here. Now let's say if I want to list out each one of these books on different lines, I can use a HTML tag which is called as break, which is BR. So now if I add that and hit refresh, as you can see, now I have these 3 books on different lines. Now one more thing which you need to understand here is that this book which we are using here is not just the book name, but instead it's actually an object. And this object has properties like the name, the description, and the price. So you can actually go ahead and display the book's name here. So if I do book.name, if I go back here, hit refresh, it will display the book name. So, and if I do book.desc, which is description, it will show me the description. And if I do book.price, save the code, go back here, it will display the price of those books. Now one interesting thing which you could do here is that you can actually display all of these 3 things together. So I will say book.name here, then use some separator here like this arrow, and I will say book.description, again use a separator, and I will say something like book.price. So now if I go back here and hit refresh, as you can see, now I have all the 3 books, their names, their descriptions, and their prices displayed up over here on the home page. So that means we are successful in displaying the book and its details on our home page. Now in the upcoming lecture, we will go ahead and we will learn how to create the detail page of all of these books which we have here. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. So now let's go ahead and start adding more functionality to our website. So currently, as you can see, we have displayed books and all of their details on the index page itself. However, we don't want a site of this sort. Instead, what we want to do is that we only want to display the names of the books here. So let's go ahead and quickly fix that. So here I will go ahead and remove the book description and the book price from here. So that will only leave us with a single attribute of the book, which is the name. Now technically what we want to do is that we want to design a detailed page for each one of these books here, so that whenever I go ahead and click on that particular book, I should be redirected to the detail page of that book, which will display the description as well as the price of the book. So how exactly would we go ahead and implement that? So in order to implement that, we now need to go ahead and create a brand new view. So the way in which this view would work is that, let's say if I type in the URL slash, let's say book slash 1. So let's say if I type this thing in, then I should actually get the book number 1, which is life. And if I do book slash 2, I should get the book number 2, which is ABC and its details. So this is the kind of functionality which we want to design as of now. Now, one more interesting thing which I need to mention here is that all of these books which we have here actually have a unique ID. So for example, if you go ahead and keep on adding items inside the database, they are assigned with a ID which is called as primary key, and the primary key of each object is actually unique, and this unique ID is used to separate all of these items. So in order to take a look at the IDs of these different items, I could simply do book.id. I could save that, go back here, hit refresh, and there was an error because I typed in an incorrect URL. So if I go to the home page, as you can see, the ID for those books are 1, 2, and 3. So along with the ID, I can also display the name as well. So I can use a minus sign here, and I can say book.name or simply book here. That should also give me the name of the book. So if I hit refresh, as you can see, the book Life has an ID 1, the book ABC has ID 2, the book Computer Lessons has an ID 3. Now, why exactly are we discussing the IDs of these books? The reason why we are discussing about the IDs is because we are going to make use of the IDs of these respective books whenever we want to access their details. So for example, if I type in /books or /book/2, I should actually get the details of the book whose ID is 2, which is nothing but the book which is ABC. So this is why IDs are so important in here as of now. So now let's go ahead and let's implement the detail functionality to display the details of these books. So in here, I will go back to our views.py file, and here I will start creating a new view. So currently we have this products view here. I can get rid of that. And now I'll create a new view called as, let's say, detail, as this view is going to display the detail of all the books which we have. Now, as this view is also going to accept a request. However, along with the request, this detail view also needs the information about the book ID. So for example, it needs to know which book's detail it wants to display. So here I will go ahead and pass in another parameter called as book_ID. So this will actually give me an idea about the ID of the book whose details we want. Okay, so now once we have this book ID, as of now what we will do is that we will see if we can make this view work. So instead of passing in a template or anything like that, I will simply make this thing return an HTTP response, and as a HTTP response I want to say something like this is book number, and here I want to display the item ID. So in order to display the item ID, the syntax is %s, and here after the quotation ends you need to specify %book_ID. So now once we are done with this, what this %s does is that it replaces the %s with this book ID. So if I pass in the ID as 1, I should get that this is book number 1. If I pass in the ID as 2, it should say this is book number 2. Now this is a simple view which is going to dynamically change depending upon the book ID. Now whenever you create a view, you always need to associate that view with a URL pattern. And that's why now we go to the urls.py file, which is actually present over here, and in here I will create a new URL pattern. Now the URL pattern for this thing is going to look something like this, which is /book/the ID. So let me type this thing in here. So I need to create a URL pattern here for, let's say, book/1 or book/2. So this is the kind of URL pattern we are looking for right over here. So I'll say path, I will type in book here, give a slash, and after the slash what I want is that I actually want this particular dynamic value 2, which is actually nothing but this book ID which we have passed in here. So we have passed this book ID over here to the detail along with the request. So I again need to go ahead and make use of that ID or pass that ID in here. So here you cannot directly go ahead and pass in book_ID. Instead, what you need to do is that you need to mention that you are passing an integer value in here. So in order to do that, we use these brackets. And inside here, you first need to mention the type of thing which you're passing in here. So you're passing an integer here. So that's why you need to say int, use a colon, and then you actually need to mention the book ID. So now Django will understand that after book, the URL is expecting a number like 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. And then also make sure that you have a slash at the end. And upon encountering this URL, we actually want to redirect to views.detail. And let's also name this URL as detail as well. So I hope that this actually makes sense. So now once you have associated a URL pattern with this, let's hop back to our web page and see what do we get upon typing /book/1. So if I go ahead and hit enter, it's saying that it's not able to connect. That's probably because the server might be not up and running. So yeah, as you can see, when I actually run this code, it's showing us an error. And that's because we have this path here, which is for products, and we had actually deleted the products view. So simply get rid of this URL and you should be good to go. So now if I go back and if I try to visit this URL, as you can see, it will say this is book number 1. And if I go here and if I say /book/2, it will say this is book number 2. If I go ahead and type in 3, it will say this is book number 3. Now let's try to understand how this thing is working. So when I type this particular URL right here, which is /book/3, what Django does is that Django will try to match up that URL with these URL patterns which we have here. So now it will actually match up with this URL pattern, which is book/integer book ID. So now this number, which is 3, actually gets passed over here as the book ID. And it will get passed to the view, which is the detail view. Now the detail view is nothing but the view which is present in our views.py file, which is this file right here. So the book ID, which is 3, is now passed here, and this number 3 is then passed up over here as the book ID, and henceforth it will say this is the book number 3. So this is all fine and good. We are getting these numbers here. However, what we want in reality is that we actually want to go ahead and display the actual details of any specific book. So for example, if I type in book/1, I should actually get the details of the book whose ID is 1. So how exactly are we going to go ahead and do that? So we are going to learn how to do that in the upcoming lecture. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. So in the previous lecture, we had talked about designing the detail functionality, wherein we will get the details of a book on the detail page. However, even before doing that, there's one essential change we need to make. So for getting the detail page for book number, let's say 4, you would have to type in /book/4, and upon typing that thing in the URL bar, you would get that this is book number 4. However, typing the URL over here is very tedious job, and if you're creating a website or a web application, you usually don't ask the users to type in the URL right here. Instead, you actually can only make the user type or click on certain things. So what we want to do here is that if you go to the home page here, as you can see, we want to make these links clickable so that if I click on one particular book, I should automatically get redirected to the detail page of that book. So how exactly can we go ahead and implement that functionality? So implementing that functionality is quite simple. First of all, you need to convert these plain looking book names into actual links. So how exactly can you do that? So in order to do that, you need to go into the index.html template, and in here, first of all, what we will do is that we'll go ahead and create an href tag. So here I will say a href equals, and this ahref tag is actually an anchor tag, and whatever things you write in an anchor tag actually becomes a link. So here, instead of simply displaying the book name, what I want to do is that I want to display the book name as a link. So I will cut that and I will paste the book name inside this ahref tag. So as you can see, this is the starting of the tag, and this thing right here is the ending of the tag. Now, once you have the book name over here, let's see what exactly would happen. And even before that, I will get rid of this code from here and I'll add a break tag in here. So if I go back and refresh, as you can see, now these things are converted into links. So as you can see, when I hover over these links, the mouse pointer changes and these actually become clickable. However, when you click on them, nothing actually happens. And the reason why anything does not happen is because we have not yet set the href attribute of this tag. So this href attribute of the anchor tag defines the URL which you want to visit. So let's say if I go ahead and type in the URL like, let's say, http://google.com. If I type that thing in and if I go back here, hit refresh, and if I click on any one of these links, as you can see, I will be redirected to google.com. So that's how the href attribute works. However, now in our case, we don't want to redirect to google.com. Instead, we actually want to redirect to /book/1, 2, or 3. So we want to redirect to these pages or this URL right here. And in order to redirect to these URLs, what you need to do is that you need to add that URL up over here. So you need to say /book/ and here you want to mention an ID. So that ID can be 1, 2, or 3. That entirely depends upon the book which you're clicking on. So here, instead of typing in 1, 2, or 3 manually, what I can do here is that I can use book.id. So I can simply copy this from here, go back here, and paste it up over here and change this thing to book.id. So what this would do is that if it's the first book, it will say /book/1. If it's the second book, it would say /book/2. And if it's the third book, it would say /book/3, so on and so forth. So now if I do that, and if I go back to the index page and click on book number 1, it will say this is book number 1. If I click on book number 2, it will say this is book number 2. And if I click on book number 3, it will say book number 3. So that means now we have successfully completed the functionality of making these books clickable, so that whenever you click on one of these books, you will be redirected to the detail page of that book. Now the problem though is that the detail page of this books does not display any information about the books, but instead it only displays the ID of that book. Now, instead of displaying just the IDs, we also want to display the book name, description, and price on the detail page. So we are going to learn how to do that in the upcoming lecture. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. In this lecture, we will learn how to design the detail page of each of these books here. So as we all know, this particular detail page is actually controlled by a view which is called as this detail view right here. So our job is to go ahead and display the book details on this detail view, and henceforth, in order to do that, what we are going to do is that we are going to go ahead and make use of the book model which we have. So as you can see here, we have actually got the details from the book model about all the books which we have. And now inside the detail view, we don't want all of the books, but we only want the book whose ID is actually passed here. So now in order to get a single book, I will go ahead and make use of the book model. So in order to get a book, I will say book, which is nothing but a model name, dot objects. And now if I do .all, that will actually give me all the books. However, we only want to get one book. So I will use .get instead of all. And here I want to get a book whose ID is equal to this ID which is passed here. So I will say book underscore ID. So what this will do is that it will look at the book model and it will get the object whose ID is going to be the ID which is passed here. That means if someone passes the ID as 3, that number 3 will be passed here, and this will actually only look for the book whose ID is equal to number 3, and that will actually give me back a book object whose ID is 3. Now once I get that book object, I need to save this somewhere. So I will say book equals, that means whatever book I get which is of that ID, or whatever book object I get, is stored into this book variable. Okay, so now once we have this book variable, we now need to pass it as a context to a template. So in order to display that, I cannot directly go ahead and return an HTTP response in here. Instead, I need to go ahead and render a template. And we all know the way to render a template is by using this syntax right here. So we are going to do the same over here as well. So I will say return render. This will accept the request. And now here we need to pass in a template. However, we don't have any template for the detail page as of now. So let's go ahead and create a template for the detail page. So go inside the templates, my app, right click, create a new file, and let's call this template as detail.html. Hit enter, and this will actually create the detail template for you. So now once this template is created, I can pass that thing in. So my app/detail.html. And then you also need to pass in this book object here as the context. Now you can actually go ahead and create the context here which we have created. So you could either copy this, paste it over here, or there's one easier way to do this as well. So instead of passing this or writing this entire context and then passing this context here, what you could do is that you could directly pass in book over here as well. So you could type in comma, use the curly brackets, say book colon book. So that means we are passing this book over here as book to this template as a context. So this thing right here and this thing right here mean the same thing, but in the second case over here, we are directly passing in the context over here without having to create anything like that. Okay, so now once this thing is done, we are pretty much good to go. So now we need to make use of this book context or the book object inside the detail.html page. So as you can see, this thing right here is the detail.html page. And what I will do here is that instead of actually writing in or going through all the HTML tags or something like that, I will directly go ahead and try to access the book object. So I will use the template syntax and type in book, and let's see what do we get here. So if I save this and if I go back here, go back to the home page, hit refresh, and if I click on the live book, I will get live on the detail page, and that's because I have only displayed book over here. And if I want to go ahead and get the description, I will say book.desc. That will give me the description. So now if I go back, hit refresh, if I click on live, it will give me the description of that book. Now we don't just want the name or the description, instead we want everything like the name, description, as well as the price. So here I will say book.name, use a HTML break tag, display book.description, again use a break tag, then display book.price, and then again use a break tag. So now if I go back, hit refresh, and if I go to live, as you can see, I will get the name, description, and price of that book. If I go to ABC, I will get the name, description of and price of that book as well. And if I go to computer lessons, I will get its details as well. So that means we have successfully implemented the detail functionality, that is to go ahead and display the details of each individual item right from the home page to the detail page. So that's it for this lecture, and in the upcoming lecture we are going to learn something about removing hard-coded URLs. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. Hello and welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we will go ahead and learn how to remove hard-coded URLs from our Django project. So what do we exactly mean by hard-coded URL? So in the previous lecture we had actually designed this detail page, and we had linked this index page with the detail page using this specific URL. So what this URL did is that if we actually wanted to visit the detail page of book whose ID is 1, this URL will actually give us the path, which is /book/1, and henceforth we can actually visit that particular page. Now this works absolutely fine. However, the problem with this particular approach is that this particular URL which we have over here is hard-coded. That means if you take a look at this part of the URL, this is actually a static part, and we have actually hard-coded this part in here. However, this part of the URL is actually dynamic, and it's non-static, and it's also not hard-coded. So while designing Django applications or any web application for that matter, you should not have such hard-coded parts into your code, because they can actually cause issues when the complexity of our project increases, and also such code is difficult to maintain. So now the question is, if we remove this particular path from here, how exactly will Django know that it has to visit the detail page? So firstly, understand that the purpose of this URL is to go ahead and make us able to visit the detail page, which is this page right here. Now once you understand that, you will realize how easy it is to replace this URL. So as we all know, we actually want to visit this detail page right here, and if we go to the urls.py file, which is this file right here, you will notice that the path for the detail view is this. So we have book/ and the book ID. And that's exactly what we are looking at right over here, which is /book/book ID. So now what we wish to do is that we wish to replace this, which is the same path right here, with this path right here. So this particular path right here is actually the same path which is for the detail view. And if you could notice here, we have given a name to this particular URL. Now I earlier mentioned that we actually need a name for this URL so that we can use this URL or the URL pattern wherever and whenever we want. So now, making use of this particular URL pattern, you can actually replace this particular hard-coded URL. So how exactly can we do that? So here I can actually get rid of the entire path, and now instead of having to specify /book/the book ID, what I can do here is that I can use the template syntax, and in here I can go ahead, I can use the template syntax, and in here I will say URL, which means I need to specify the URL here, and the URL which we are going to specify here is this path. Now the name of this path is detail. Henceforth, you don't need to actually specify the path, but you only need to specify the name of that path, which is detail. Now that's all fine and good. However, there's one minor issue with this. Now this URL, as you can see, it also accepts the book ID as well, and you need to pass that book ID up over here. So whatever thing you need to pass to this particular URL, you just go outside the URL name, which is outside the quotations, and in here you could simply specify the book ID. So I can type in book.id here. So once you go ahead and do that, this will work pretty much in a same fashion. So now if you switch back to your web browser, and if you hit refresh, and now if you click on one of these links, this is going to work in the exactly same manner as it was working before. However, if you take a look at the code here, the code is much cleaner and it does not contain any hard-coded parts. So all the parts which we have here are actually dynamic. The book.id part is dynamic, that can be changed. The detail part is dynamic as well, which means that if you go ahead and change this particular path, this will automatically get updated right up over here. So that means we no longer have any hard-coded parts in our project. So that was all about removing the hard-coded URLs in Django, and in the upcoming lecture we will learn about namespacing a URL. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. Hello and welcome to this lecture. And in this lecture we are going to learn about handling URLs in a proper manner. So as you can see, if you take a look at the urls.py file, the urls.py file has a bunch of URLs. So this URL right here was the admin URL, and this was predefined when we started up our project. However, these two URLs are the URLs which we have created for our book application. Now, if you'll notice that these two URLs which we have here, they actually point to the views of my app. So as you can see, this is our my app directory and this is our my site directory, and the urls.py file is actually present in the my site directory. However, if you open up my app, you will find that there is no such urls.py file in here. Now, what we want to do is that as these two URLs actually belong to the my app, we actually want to shift them to a new urls.py file inside the my app directory. So for that, let's go ahead and let's go inside the my app and let's create a new file in here, and let's call this thing as urls.py. So as you can see, now we have two urls.py file. One file is in the my app directory and one is in the my site. So this is the URLs for my site, this is the URL for my app. Now what we will do is that we'll try to go ahead and shift these two URLs in here into your my app urls.py file. So in order to do that, first of all, I'll go ahead and copy this entire thing from here, go back here and paste it completely over here. And now let's make a couple of changes in here. Now, as this particular admin was already present inside the my app, I will remove this from here, from the urls.py file of my app, and I will keep these two URLs intact. Now I'll go back over here and I will get rid of these two URLs from here. Now what happens is that this URL pattern will not contain any URLs related to this particular app, which is my app. And the reason why we are doing this is because, let's say currently we only have my app inside our project. However, what if we go ahead and keep on adding more applications to our Django project? So in that case, what will happen is that this urls.py file will become overcrowded. That is, it will have tons of URL patterns and it will become really difficult to manage all of them in one single place. That's why we have shifted some of the URLs of this app over here into the my app. Now the problem here is that if you actually shift such URLs over here, Django won't be able to recognize them, because when you run your Django project only takes a look at this particular file, which is the urls.py file of your main project, which is my site. Now, to solve this problem, you need to tell Django that it needs to go ahead and it needs to include the URLs which are present over here. So how exactly would we go ahead and do that? So in order to do that, you need to go ahead and create a path here, and you need to keep this path as empty and then give a comma. And now instead of having some view name, we go ahead and make use of a function which is called as include. Now, even before you use that include function, you need to import the include function from django.urls. So simply go over here and give a comma and say include. So that will actually go ahead and include the include function. Now the job of this include function is to go ahead and include another set of urls.py file which we have. So in here, you just need to say include, and to this particular include function or include method, whatever you like to call it, you simply need to mention the URL file which you want to include. So we want to include the urls.py file of my app. So you would simply type in myapp.urls. And once you go ahead and do that, you are pretty much good to go. Just simply make sure that you give a comma at the end. Now let's save this and let's see if the application would work fine. So I will go back here, hit refresh, and now as you can see, if you go over there, your application would still work absolutely fine. So the way in which this works is that when Django comes across this file, it will come across this URL pattern which says that we need to include the my apps URLs, and henceforth it will go ahead and include these URL patterns as well. So that's it for this lecture, and I hope you guys were able to understand how to split up urls.py file and why exactly is the need to split those files into project files and the app files. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. Hello and welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we will go ahead and learn something about namespacing a URL. So what exactly is namespacing a URL and why do we need it? So namespacing is nothing but it's actually using app names for your URL patterns. Now, even before learning about namespacing, let's take a look at a hypothetical scenario. So as you can see, we have our my site directory, and inside our my site directory or inside our my site project, we have one single app which is called as my app. Now every Django project is going to have one or more applications, and if you're working on a really complex Django project, it's going to have multiple such applications. Now imagine a scenario wherein you're working on an e-commerce website in an organization or a company, and let's say your friend is also working on the same project. However, the difference is, let's say you're working on a different app, let's say the sales application of your e-commerce website, and let's say your friend is working on the blog application of the same e-commerce website. So you're working on the sales section and he's working on the blog section. Now you both are working on different apps inside the same project. Now what might happen is that while you're working on those projects, you might actually go ahead and create some URL patterns like that. So as you can see, this thing right here is a URL pattern for the index view. And let's say your friend actually creates a same exact URL pattern in his application as well. So let's say he creates the path and he assigns it a name as index in his blog application. Now what happens is that when you go ahead and when you try to refer to some specific URL inside a template, Django won't actually know which particular URL you're referring to. So for example, if we go inside the index.html file, here as you can see, we are saying that we are referring to a URL and the name of the URL is detail. Now the problem here is that your friend might actually have created another URL pattern with the same exact name in his application. Now how will Django know which particular URL we are referring to? Because obviously from this particular template, you can also refer to some URL pattern from other application as well. So in order to solve this problem, we use something which is called as name spacing. And name spacing is nothing but, along with passing in the URL over here, you also pass in the name of the application as well. So here, even before we do that, first of all, we need to assign some name to the URL patterns. So even before we assign the name here, first of all, you need to go ahead and set an app name inside your URL patterns. So simply go to the urls.py file of your my app, and in here you just need to set a particular name. So right over here, you could simply go ahead and say app_name, and you could set the name as, let's say, my app. So once you go ahead and do that, what you could do now is that if you go inside this particular index file, which is index.html, so instead of just mentioning detail over here, what you could do is that now you could simply type in the app name, which is my app, and then detail. So after making these changes, you need to make sure that your application works in an exactly same fashion as it was working before. So now if I go back over here, hit refresh, this works fine. If I click on one of those books, this works fine as well. So now this is how you go ahead and use namespacing in your Django application. And you might find this lecture or the lecture previous to this one as absolutely useless because they don't make any changes to your project. However, these things really matter when you go ahead and the complexity of your project increases. So you might not realize the importance right now as we are simply learning some simple applications, but when you go ahead and start working on real commercial projects in a company, or if you design commercial projects for your own, you will realize how important it is to use namespacing and to modularize URLs into their respective applications. So that's all about namespacing URLs, and I hope you guys be able to understand how namespacing works. And one more thing which you could experiment with is that if you could go to the URLs file here, and let's say if you change the app name to book, and if you go back here, you can also change this thing to book as well, and this should also work absolutely fine. So as you can see, this still works fine. However, to keep things simple, I will rename it back to my app and rename it back to my app as well. So this was just to show you guys that you could use any other names over here instead of just my app. So that's it for this lecture, and I hope you guys were able to understand what exactly namespacing is and why it is used. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. Hello and welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we will go ahead and learn how to use static files in Django. So even before learning what exactly are static files, let's first understand what exactly are static files with respect to our website. So as you all can see, we have created this particular page right here, and this was just to show the books which we have in our website. Now obviously if you are living in the 90s or 1995s or early 2000s, you could actually go ahead and design this kind of site and people would actually visit your website. But it's 2020 and things have changed quite a bit, and if you design a website which looks something like this, obviously nobody is going to visit your website, and henceforth now we need to learn how to style a particular website in a fashion such that it does not look outdated. Now one thing which I would like to point out over here is that as we are learning Django is actually a backend framework which manages the kind of data which is stored in the backend. It manages the routing using the URL pattern so that we can actually map URLs. It does everything like that. It can handle authentication, authorization, everything like that in the backend. However, it's not concerned even a bit with how the application is going to look like. So that means Django is not a front-end framework, and Django does not decide how your front end is going to look like. So in the front end, we have HTML, we have CSS, we have frameworks such as Bootstrap, Foundation, and plenty of other CSS libraries, and front-end frameworks like Angular, Vue, and the other frameworks which we have. Now Django is actually used in conjunction with these frameworks. So Django operates at the back end, and you can actually style your website using HTML, CSS, Bootstrap, and other libraries or frameworks. Now the reason why we are learning how to style our website is because you need to learn how Django works with those static parts, that is the static files like images, the CSS, and everything like that. So even though we are designing this particular website, I won't go into much depth about how the site is designed or how the CSS is going to work or how Bootstrap works. I'm just going to show you guys how to integrate all of those into our Django website. Now in this lecture, we will be learning how to add CSS and static files to our website, and in the upcoming lecture, we will learn about Bootstrap. However, you need to remember that CSS, Bootstrap, all of these things are actually related to front end, and they have absolutely no relation to Django, and henceforth I won't be going into much depth about CSS and Bootstrap. Now even though I'm not going to go into much depth about Bootstrap, I have created a small set of series for Bootstrap. So if you take a look at the contents of this course, if you take a look at the last part of the course, I have added a couple of Bootstrap tutorials. So if you want to learn about Bootstrap, you could refer those tutorials. So these tutorials are present in this course itself. So if you scroll down a little bit, you will be able to find those Bootstrap tutorials. Okay, so now without wasting any time, let's directly jump into this lecture about using static files. So obviously, when you design the web page, you can actually design or style your web page using HTML and using something which is called as CSS, which is called as cascading style sheets. So cascading style sheets actually define how your web page is going to look like. Now what we do usually while creating a website is that you attach your CSS or cascading style sheet file with your HTML file. Now in case of Django, we do something of a similar sort, that is we basically go ahead and connect a CSS file with this particular HTML file. So if you go back here and if you go to the index.html, as you can see, this is our HTML file. And in order to go ahead and link this HTML file with some CSS file, you go ahead and do that in the head tag over here. So right now we don't have any sort of CSS file in here. Now let's go ahead and actually create a CSS file. Now in Django, there's a specific way of creating a CSS file, and this is the thing which you need to pay attention to. So if you want to add CSS to your HTML files in Django, first of all, you need to go inside the app. So as we are designing the CSS file for index.html, the index.html is actually present in my app. So you need to go inside my app and create a directory called as static. So in here, let's go ahead and create a new directory called as static. And within this static directory, you again go ahead and create another directory called as my app. So I'll again go ahead, create a directory called as my app. Now once you have this my app directory, you can now go ahead and place some static files in here, and that static file can be an image file, JavaScript file, or even CSS file. So as of now, we'll be only learning about the CSS file. So I'll go ahead and create a new file and call it as style.css. Hit enter, and as you can see, now we have our style.css file in here. Now once you have the CSS file, now our job is to go ahead and link this CSS file with the index.html file. Now the linking process is quite simple. You just have to go ahead and add a link tag to the head tag. You need to say link rel equals style sheet, and here you need to specify the path for that particular file for the href attribute. So in here now, as we are using Django, you actually need to go ahead and mention this particular path in a specific way. So we will be using the template syntax here. And in here, as we are actually saving that into the static directory, I will go ahead and say static. And then inside the static folder, we have actually saved our file into my app / style.css. So this right here is nothing but the path for our CSS file. Now this means whenever Django actually loads this HTML template, it will actually go ahead and take a look at this particular file and link this CSS file with this HTML template. Now once you're done with this, there's one more thing which you need to do. Now as in this particular HTML file, as we are using a static file, you need to go ahead and use a tag which is called as the load static tag. So you go right on the top of this particular HTML file, again use the template syntax, and in here simply type in load static. And what this will do is that it will actually go ahead and load the static files if we have any in this particular file. So here we already have the static file, which is this file right here, and this tag will actually help us to load that file. So once this thing is done, now our static file should be linked with this particular HTML document. However, how would we know, or how should we confirm that the style.css file is linked with this particular index.html file? Now one way to find this thing out is that you could go ahead and you could write some CSS code in here. So as I earlier mentioned, we use CSS to style our web page. So by styling, I mean you could change the background, you could change the font or the colors of your web page. So for now, let's try to go ahead and change the body color up over here. So in order to change the body color, what you do is that first of all, you say body. And then in here, what you do is that you go ahead and set the property which is called as background color. So I would say background color, and I would set this property to, let's say, aqua. So that will actually change the background of our website to aqua. and this B should be in small letters. And now once you're done with this, let's see if that would work. So if I go ahead and hit refresh, as you could see, nothing happened. That's because whenever you go ahead and add a static file, you need to restart your server. So I will go ahead, restart my server, and now let's see if it would work. So again, if I go back and hit refresh, as you can see, now the background of my web page has changed to aqua, and that's because now we have linked the CSS file. So this actually means that we were successful in attaching this style.css file with our index.html file. So that's it for this lecture, and in the next lecture we will go ahead and learn how to add Bootstrap to our website. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. So in this lecture we will be learning how to add Bootstrap to our Django website. Now, even before adding Bootstrap, first of all, let's understand what exactly Bootstrap is and why we actually need to use Bootstrap. So Bootstrap is actually a front-end framework, or you could say a front-end library, which is owned by Twitter, and it's actually used to design mobile responsive websites. So now if you actually go ahead and create any web application, so in this case, as we are creating this bookstore, which is obviously going to be a web application to display a list of books. So if you open this thing on a desktop, it would work absolutely fine. However, what happens when a user visits your website from his mobile device? So when the user opens up a desktop site on a mobile device, the website does not look attractive, and it's also not as user-friendly as it is on the desktop. Henceforth, we need to make sure that the website is designed for both mobile as well as desktop screens. And in order to take care of this scenario, what we do is that we use a framework which is called as Bootstrap. So now let's learn how you could go ahead and integrate Bootstrap in your Django website. So first of all, what we will do is that we will learn how to add Bootstrap to your website, and adding Bootstrap to your website is actually quite simple. So in order to add Bootstrap to your website, simply search for Bootstrap for CDN. So the version of Bootstrap which we will be using is 4.0. There's also a newer version which is 4.5 as well, but we won't be using that. So make sure that you use Bootstrap 4.0. So if you scroll down a little bit, just make sure that you have 4.0 as the version here. So now, once you have this version checked, you could scroll down here, and as you can see, you will find that there's actually this CSS style sheet link for Bootstrap. So what this essentially is that it's actually a link which you could include in your project, and if you include this link in your project or in your HTML file, you don't have to install Bootstrap on your machine. So this is one of the ways of using Bootstrap. So now once you have copied this link, you can simply go ahead and paste this link in your head tag. Now make sure that when you add this link, you add this to the top of your style sheet link. So just paste this link up over here and make sure that your style sheet is below the Bootstrap link, or else you're going to face certain issues. So as soon as I add that link, and if I go back here and if I hit refresh, as you can see, the font of these things actually changed a little bit. So the font earlier was looking a little bit different. However, this font looks much neater, and that's because we have used the Bootstrap CDN link. That means now our website is using Bootstrap. Now let's actually go ahead and just get rid of the background color because I think it's looking pretty ugly. So let's reset back to white, and as you can see, your website looks a lot better now. Once we are done with this, now let's learn how to create some components using Bootstrap. So obviously, as we are designing this particular website, you would need a navigation bar at the top. So now let's learn how to design a navigation bar for our website. So in order to design navigation bar, you don't actually have to put much effort because Bootstrap actually has built-in components for you. So if you go to components here, it will actually give you a bunch of things which you could use. So if you scroll down, you have something which is called as navs. So these navs are nothing but they are the navigations like that. And if you just scroll down a little bit, you should also be able to find the other components like the nav bar. So if I click on navbar, as you can see, this is what a navbar would look like. So here there are collapsible navbars, there are these regular navbars, so on and so forth. So for the sake of this example, what we will do is that we'll try to use one of the most simplest navbars which we have up over here. So let's say we want to use this navbar here. So I would simply go ahead, copy this particular navbar. Then I can go ahead, go back here to the index.html, and I simply need to paste this navbar inside my body tag. So if I go ahead and do that, and if I save the code, and if I go back over here and hit refresh, as you can see, we have this navbar here. However, we don't have this icon because we don't have it downloaded as of now. So what you could do here is that you could actually go ahead and get rid of this image here because we don't have an image. So I will delete that, and we will simply have the brand name, which is Bootstrap. So now let's go ahead and change this Bootstrap brand name to Bookstore because we are building a bookstore here. So if I go back and hit refresh, as you can see, now we have the bookstore navigation at the top. Now again, if you take a look at this particular navigation bar, it looks absolutely boring because it has this grayish color and the font is black. So let's go ahead and switch things up a bit. So let's say if you want to design a navigation bar which has the background of a different color, you can also go ahead and do that. So let's say if you want to design a nav bar which looks something like this, so what you have to do is that you don't have to go ahead and write in a bunch of code. Instead, you just need to make a few changes. So here, as you can see, for this nav bar, we have these bunch of classes here. So these classes which we have here actually define the different properties. So here if we use navbar light, that means it's actually going to go ahead and create a navbar of the lighter color. And if we use navbar dark, it will create a darker color navbar like that. So here we just need to switch things up. So here instead of navbar light, I need to make it navbar dark. And instead of BG light, I want to make it BG dark. So now if I save the code and if I go back here and hit refresh, as you can see, this actually looks a lot better. Now there's one simple problem with this particular approach. So we have added this navigation bar here. However, if I go inside the detail page, as you can see, the detail page does not have the navigation bar and nor does it have the bootstrap applied to it. And that's because if you actually take a look at our code, we have added this bootstrap link to just index.html and we have not added that link to this detail.html. Now one thing which you could do here is that you could simply copy the code for bootstrap as well as the navbar and you can paste it inside the detail.html, which is this file right here. However, instead of copying and pasting these into multiple files, in Django you could use something which is called as the base template. So using the base template, what you could do is that you could combine the common things between these two files, which is the detail.html and the index.html, and you could put them together in a single file called as base.html. And once you have put the common things into the base.html file, you could later use those things in both of the files. So we are going to learn how to use base templates in the upcoming lecture. So thank you very much for watching and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. Hello and welcome to this lecture. And in this lecture, we will go ahead and learn about what are base templates and why exactly do we need them. So even before learning about base templates, let's actually learn why base templates are required in the first place. So if you take a look at this particular homepage right here, as you can see, we have added this navigation bar on the top. However, if you go to the details page, as you can see, there's no navigation bar and there's also no bootstrap present up over here because you will see that the font here is different and the font here is different. So one way to solve this problem is that you could simply go ahead, go inside the index.html file, you could copy this head tag and the body tag and the navigation bar from here, and then you could go to the detail.html and paste it up over here. Now the problem with this approach is that this code which is the code inside the index.html. So this code is going to be repeated twice. And also, if you go ahead and create some other pages inside your templates directory, you also need to go ahead and copy the navigation bar as well as the bootstrap links in all of those web pages. So in order to avoid this issue, what we do is that we create a base template, and in that base template, we take all the code which can be common to all the other web pages. So for example, if you create any other new web page, you would always need the CSS file as well as the bootstrap CDN link on those web pages. And you would also need the navigation bar as well. So what we do is that we take these paths and we save these paths into the base template. And once we have that part in the base template, we can make this index.html as well as the detail.html use those base template paths. So now let's learn how exactly should we create a base template. Now, in order to create a base template, you simply go into your templates directory, then into your my app directory where you have the index and detail.html files. Right click and create a new file and call it as base.html. Now you could name this file as anything, but I will simply go ahead and name this as base.html. Now once you have this file, you should first type in the basic head and body tags in here. So I can remove these meta tags from here. And now once you have the basic structure, let's go inside the index.html and copy these from the head tags. So I'll simply go ahead, cut this from here, not copy because you don't need them here. And then I can go here, paste this code here. And also I can go ahead and grab the navigation bar as well. So the code for navigation bar is this. So I'll simply go ahead, cut that from here and paste it inside the body tag right here. Now let's save the code in both the files. And now as you can see, there's absolutely nothing in the index.html file. So if you go back here, and if you hit refresh, as you can see, the bootstrap as well as the navigation bar are removed from the index.html file. Now, what we need to do is that we need to somehow attach this index.html to the base.html file. So in here, what you need to do is that you need to go inside the base.html, and in here, you need to mention where exactly the content of index.html will be placed. So for example, let's say right after the navigation bar, you want to place your index.html file's content up over here somewhere. So in order to do that, what we do is that we go ahead and create two tags here. So use the template syntax and type in block body. So what this means is that we want to start the block of the HTML file, which is the index.html file from here. And we want to go ahead and end the block up over here. So this means this is the base.html file. And within these two blocks, we are going to place the index.html file's code. So that means when you type in block body and end block, it will reserve this space for some other code to be present. Now we need to go back inside the index.html file, and here first of all you need to go ahead, go on the top, and you need to tell that you are using the base.html file. So in order to mention that, what you need to do is that you need to use the template syntax and you need to say extends, and here you need to mention that it's extending from the base template. So the base template is present in my app. So I will say my app / base.html. So what this means is that we are using the base.html inside the index.html file. And here, as you can see, we have the HTML tag, the head tag, and the body tag. However, those tags are already present in the base.html file. And now you actually want to place this entire index code over here. So this is already having the body tag and the head tag as well. So you don't need the body and head tag from here. So I will remove the body tag, the head tag, and the HTML tag from here. So you're only left with this code right here. Now, once you have this, you could also get rid of the load static as well, because we don't have any links to static files here, but instead we actually have the links to static files in the base template. So I can go ahead, cut this from here and paste it here at the top. And now if you go back here, now we need to mention that inside the block body and end block, we want this part to be present. So in order to do that, what we do is that first of all, I'll arrange this. And now what we want to do is that we want to place this entire part inside here. And to tell Django that we need to place this part inside over here, we go ahead and make use of the same block body and end block tags. So here I will go ahead and say block body, and here I will say something like end block. So now as you can see, the code which is actually enclosed inside the block body and end block is this code right here. And as this index.html is extending from the base template, what Django would do is that it will take the code which is enclosed inside those two blocks, and it will go ahead and take a look at where exactly those two blocks are present. So those two blocks are actually present up over here. So it will take the code which is present here and it will paste all the code right up over here. And now if you would go back to your index page and hit refresh, as you can see, it works absolutely fine and it looks as it was looking before. Now if you go to the detail page, the detail page still has this issue, that is, it's not actually using Bootstrap or the navigation bar. Now the only thing which you need to do in order to make the detail page use the base template is that you need to go inside the detail, and first of all you need to tell Django that it's extending from the base template. So here you could go ahead, use the template syntax and say extends base.html, and as base.html is present in my app, I would say my app/base.html. Now we want to place this code from the detail inside over here inside the block body and end block tags. Henceforth, you could go ahead, copy these tags, go inside your detail, paste those tags in here, and now you could simply place this code inside these tags. So now once you do that, what will happen is that Django will actually make use of the base template and place your detail.html code up over here. So now let's see if the detail page would work fine. So I'll hit refresh, and now if I go to the detail page, as you can see, the detail page also is now using Bootstrap as well as it has the navigation bar. So this is how base templates actually allow us to sort of share the common elements between different web pages. So for example, now as we are using the base template, we are able to share this navigation bar into two pages. Now what exactly is the advantage of using the base template? So let's say if you're having like hundreds of web pages on your website, and let's say if you have not used the base template, and in that case, if you want to change the name of your website on the navigation bar, you would have to go inside each and every web page and change it manually. So for example, if we want to change the title of the website, now I can simply go ahead, go inside the base.html, and I can say online bookstore, and that change will be reflected on each and every web page. So the detail page also says online bookstore, and even this page would now say online bookstore. So you don't have to manually go ahead and change the name of your website on every single page. So that's why we actually use the base template, to avoid repetition of code so that maintaining your website becomes much more easier. So that's it for this lecture, and I hope you guys were able to understand how to use base templates and why exactly they are used. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. Hello and welcome to this lecture. And in this lecture, we are going to be learning two interesting things. One is how to go ahead and modify your Django models. And the next thing is how to add an image field to your model. So here, if you would go to the admin and just log in, you will see that the books model actually only has these three fields, which is the name, description, and the price. However, the book is also going to have an author, the book is going to have an book image, so on and so forth. So you actually need to go ahead and have multiple fields for your book. Now, what if you are actually developing a website and your boss tells you that we need to add more fields inside the book model? So in order to do that, you would actually need to go ahead and modify the models.py file in your Django project. However, simply modifying that file won't actually add additional field here. So in this particular lecture, we will go ahead and try to add an image field to the book model and see how exactly we can do that. So in order to add an image field, you obviously need to go inside the models.py file, and in here, let's say you want to add the image field here. So adding an image field is actually quite simple. First of all, what you need to do is that you need to go ahead and create a field. So let's name this field as image, or let's call this thing as book_image for the sake of understanding. And now in here, as we are using image field, this needs to say something like models.image field. So image field is a special field which is used for image. Now, once we have this particular image field, we now need to go ahead and set the default image for each book which we have. Now the default image is going to be an image which is going to be present by default for each and every book. So I will say default equals, let's say default.jpg. So the default.jpg is the name of the image which we are going to be using as the default image for each and every book which we have in our database. So currently we don't have this particular file. You can upload any kind of file over here and name it as default.jpg. However, now the next most important thing which we need to pass to this image field is the folder to which we want to upload our image. So simply give a comma and say upload_to. And here you need to mention the folder where you want to add your image. So this folder is actually going to be present in your app directory. So here I will say upload_to, and let's say I name this thing as book_images. Now once you mention the folder name, simply give a slash at the end. Now once this thing is done, you're pretty much good to go. However, now let's learn how to make sure that this field is added up over here. So in order to modify your Django models, once you have made changes to your model, you first need to go inside your terminal and say Python 3 manage.py make migrations and hit enter. And as you can see, it says add field book image to book. Now once you have made the migrations, you need to say Python 3 manage.py migrate and hit enter, and it will actually go ahead and it will run those migrations and a new field will be added to your model. So now if you go ahead and run the server, hit enter. If you go back here, as you can see, you have this particular field which is called as book image, and it currently has this default.jpg image. So this image is not present in our project. However, now let's learn the other aspects of adding an image to our project. So now this is how you actually go ahead and modify the model. So whenever you want to make changes or add a new field to your model, you simply go ahead, add a new field. Then you go ahead and first of all, you say Python 3 manage.py make migrations. Then you say Python 3 manage.py migrate, and that will actually update your model. Now let's get back to adding the image. Now as we are using image field, while using image field in Django, you do need to go ahead and install a module which is called as pillow. So you need to go inside your terminal and you need to say pip or if you're using Python 3, you need to say pip3 install pillow and hit enter, and that will actually go ahead and install pillow for you. Now, as I already have pillow installed on my machine, it will no longer go ahead and install pillow. However, if you don't have pillow installed, simply type in pip install pillow or pip3 install pillow, and that will actually install the pillow module. So once that thing is installed, you now need to go ahead and configure a few more settings in order for the images to work. So the next thing which you need to do here is that, first of all, you need to go inside your settings.py file, which is this file right here, and you need to mention the path where the images are going to be uploaded. So in order to mention those over here, what you need to do is that you need to specify something which is called as the media root and the media URL. So the media root is going to be nothing but it's actually going to be the path of the folder on your operating system level where the image is going to be loaded up. So let's say media underscore root, make sure that you're using capitals. Then you need to say os.path.join. Now what this thing actually is that it's actually a method which gets the path from your operating system. And now here you need to get the path of the base directory. So in here you would pass in base underscore dir, which is the base directory, and then you need to actually mention the folder where you want to upload the images to. So let's say I want to upload the images to a folder called as media. I will simply mention media up over here. Now as we have defined the media root, which is actually the operating system level path for your image, now you need to mention the media URL as well. So you would say media underscore URL, and this is actually going to be equal to the folder which is nothing but media. So simply mention that folder up over here. Now once you have the media URL and once you have the media root, you now need to make use of these files inside your urls.py file. So let's go inside the urls.py file, and here to these URL patterns, you also need to add the paths which we have added right now. So here you would say this plus. So this plus is actually used for appending. So that means whatever URL patterns are present in here, also append these paths as well. So here I would say static, as these are actually static files. Then I actually need to go ahead and use the media URL and the media root which we have defined in the settings. So I would say settings dot, that's going to be media underscore URL, comma, and then you need to mention the document root as the media root. So here the media root is actually present in the settings file. So settings dot media underscore root. So now once this thing is done, we are pretty much good to go. Now as we are using the settings file, you actually need to import settings here. So you would need to say from dot, because we are in the current directory, so from dot import settings, and once the settings are imported, you also need to go ahead and import the static as well. So in order to import static, you would need to say from django.config.urls.static import static. So once these things are done, we are pretty much good to go. So now let's actually run the server and see if we have any errors. So as of now, we don't have any errors. Now let's try uploading some image and see if it would work. So in order to test that, I will go inside the admin and let's try to add a new book. So I will add a new book. Let's call it as book with image. I will add some random description. Let's say the price is 100, and now let's choose a file. So if you click on this, you should be actually able to go ahead and pick any file. So now I will go inside one of my directories and pick an image file. So you could pick your own image file which you want. So I have actually picked up this image, which is courseimage.png, and if I go ahead and click on save, let's see what exactly would happen. So here, as you can see, it says the book with image was added successfully. So we have this book, and if you take a look at this particular thing, as you can see, we have this particular image. Now let's see if this image is actually present in our folder. So now if you would go inside your project directory, you should actually be able to find this image here. So if you go inside the media, which is the folder which Django automatically creates for you, as you can see, we have another folder called as book images, and inside the book image we actually have this particular image right here. So that means the image upload is successfully working. So now let's go ahead and learn how to display this particular image on the detail page. So in the upcoming lecture, we will go ahead and learn how to display this particular image on the detail page. So if you go to the home page here, and if you go to the detail page here, we also want to display the image of the book along with its other details. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. So now let's go ahead and learn how to display the image up over here on the detail page. So in order to modify the detail page, you need to go inside the template, which is the detail.html template. And here, as you can see, we have just displayed the book name, the book description, and the book price inside of plain text. And we have not used any of the HTML tags in here. So let's actually go ahead and modify this a little bit. So I will create a h2 tag for the heading, and I will place this book name inside the heading tag so that it appears a little bit bolder. Then I will create an h4 tag, let's say for the book description, and I will place the book's description in here. So I will cut this, paste it up over here. And now for the book price, let's say we create another tag, which is, let's say, h6, and then just place this thing inside up over here. Now once we have these tags, the page should look a little bit better. So yeah, it's actually looking a little bit better. And also you could now get rid of the break tags from here as well. So I will get rid of them. And now let's say we want to add the book image at the top, and then we want to display its name, the description, and the price. So here I would go ahead and create an image tag at the top. So here, in order to create an image HTML tag, you would say img, and the img tag is going to have a source attribute which indicates the source of the image. Now here we want to actually get the image which is actually present inside the book model. So in order to get the image, we first need to use the template syntax. And here you first need to say the model name, which is book, and the name of the image field is nothing but book underscore image. So I could say dot book underscore image. Now this will actually give you the image. However, you don't want the image, but you want its URL. So this source attribute of the image field in HTML actually accepts the URL of the image. So here I need to say image.url. So once I go ahead and do that, it will actually go ahead and get the image's URL. So now if we go back, hit refresh, as you can see, we have this icon over here. That means it's not actually able to retrieve that image. And that's because we have set the default image for the other books, but we have actually only added the URL to the book with image book. So if I click on this, as you can see, I am now actually able to view this particular image here. However, the size of the image is bigger. So whatever image you add over here, this will actually go ahead and take the shape of that particular image. So now what I will do is that in order to set the width and height, I will say width equals 100 and height equals 100. So if I go ahead and make that change and hit refresh, as you can see, now I have this image. So this is just a dummy image, and we are going to use a better image in the upcoming lecture, but this was just to show you guys an example like how to go ahead and retrieve the images which you have saved in your project. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. So in this lecture, let's actually go ahead and learn how to change the default book image. So if you would go inside your home page, which is this, and if you go inside any one of these books, as you can see, the default image is not present, and that's because the default image is actually set to default.jpg. So the default.jpg image is currently not actually present inside our media folder. And now what I will do here is that I will provide you with a couple of images which you could use in your project. So I will be uploading these two images in the resources section, and you could download those resources. And once you have downloaded the resources, you could simply go ahead and put them inside your book_images folder. So here, as you can see, I have put this thing as default book.jpg. However, this name actually says default.jpg. So let's go ahead and rename this to default.jpg. And once I go ahead and do that, and if I go back to my browser and hit refresh, the image actually won't load up here. And that's because once you have added the image, you need to restart your server. So I will restart my server and see if it would work. So let's go back here, hit refresh, and no, it still isn't working. So if I go to inspect and check the image, as you can see, it says the source is /media/default.jpg, and this image is also default.jpg. However, the major problem here is that the default.jpg image path is actually present in the media directory and not book images. So I need to go ahead and put this thing up inside media and move it, and now hopefully it would work well. So now if I go back, hit refresh, as you can see, now the image is actually added up over here. Now this should be added up to all of these right here, and this should have its own image. Now let's also replace this book image with a new image. So here I can simply go inside the book with image, and now if I want to change this thing to something else, I will simply go ahead, say choose file, and now I'll go inside the downloads and choose this image right here. Click on save, and if I go to book with image, as you can see, now I have this image right here. So hopefully you were actually able to go ahead and use these two images in your website. And in the upcoming lecture, we are going to learn a couple more interesting things about how to create our own forms in Django. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. So in this lecture, let's actually go ahead and learn how to create our very own forms so that we can upload data to a website. So if you would notice in this particular section until now, we have actually added the data only via this admin panel right here. So this admin panel is actually used by the owner of the website and not the end user. So if you have created this bookstore website, and if you want to add books, so only the administrator or the owner can do so. However, what if you actually want to provide a functionality which allows other users to upload their own books or submit their own books? So in order to do that, you obviously cannot go ahead and give them admin access, because that will actually hamper the security and integrity of your website. However, in order to go ahead and allow users to access books, we can actually design a new page or a new form page for them. So now in this lecture, we will learn how to add a form to our website which allows users to submit their own books. So in order to add a new form or a new page to our website, what we obviously do is that we go ahead and create a view. So now let's go back inside our views.py file. So let's go inside the my app first, and in there let's go inside the views.py file, and here create a new view, and let's call this view as add book, as this view allows us to add book. So I will say def add_book. Now this will accept a request, and now we will make this view render a new template. So I will say return render, that's going to be request, and let's say the template is going to be present in my app slash, and the name of the template is add_book.html. Now we have not created this template as of now. However, we are going to create that very soon. So now once we have this particular view, now our job is to go ahead and associate this particular view with a URL pattern. So now we need to go inside the urls.py file and add a new path for that particular template. So I would say path, and then let's say you want to name this path as add. So I will say add slash, and then it's going to trigger the view, which is views.add_book, and let's say the name of that is going to be add_book. So this view is nothing but this view which we have just created. Now we have the URL, we have the view associated with it. Now our job is to go ahead and create this add_book.html template. So you could go ahead, go inside your templates directory, and inside my app, create a new file, name it as add_book.html. Now, once you have this particular HTML file, in here you actually want to create a form. And whenever you want to create a form inside your HTML file, you actually need to go ahead and use the form tag. So you say form, and here it will actually create a attribute called as action. However, we don't need that attribute as of now. The attribute which we need here is a method. So we need to set the method of this form to post. So I would say method equals post. So make sure that you mention the method of that form as post, because we are posting data to the database. Now inside any form you create in Django, what you need to do is that you need to add a token which is called as CSRF token, which stands for cross-site request forgery. So here, in order to add that particular token, you need to use the template syntax, and you need to say CSRF_token. So that will actually go ahead and add the token for you. Now once you have this form tag, you now need to go ahead and add fields to this form tag. So this form is actually going to accept these details, which is the book's image, the name of the book, the description, and the price. So now you need to create the fields for each one of them right up over here. So in order to accept input, you would need to type in input tags here, and we are going to type that very soon. But first of all, let's actually take a look at how this page currently looks like. So if you go to /add, hit enter, as you can see, this is currently blank, even though we have added this form right here. And that's because now we need to add the fields of this form. So inside an HTML form, whenever you want to accept an input, you go ahead and create an input field. So here I would say input, and this will actually create an input field, and it will set an attribute called as text, which means we are accepting text data in here. Now after accepting the text data, you would also need to set the name of this input field as well. So I will set the name equals, and this name needs to be set equal to these fields which we have in our model. So the first field itself is name. So in order to accept name, I need to go ahead and set the name as name. And then you also need to set the ID as name as well. So now once you have added this field here, if you go ahead and hit refresh, as you can see, you will get an input box over here. And to this particular input box, you could also add something which is called as a placeholder. So let's say if I want to prompt the user to enter the name of the book, I can say placeholder equals enter name of the book. So if I go back here and hit refresh, as you can see, this thing says enter name of the book. Now we have only added one single field here to accept the name of the book. However, we also need input fields for the description, for the price, and for the book image as well. So how exactly would we go ahead and do that? So in order to do that, you simply need to go ahead and keep on adding more fields here. So I will say input type equals text. Now the next field is description and price. So I will say name equals DESC, ID as DESC. So just make sure that these names correspond to the names which you have in your input field. And you can also add a placeholder if you want. So placeholder is going to be, let's say, enter book description. Now let's add the other fields, which is price. So that's actually going to be price, and the final field which is remaining is the book image. Now for the book image, what you want to do is that we want to set the input type as file, because this is not actually a text data, instead it's a file. So the input type for the book image is going to be file, the name is going to be book_image, the ID is going to be book_image, and let's also go ahead and set a placeholder for this as well. So I will say enter book price. So now once we are done with this, I'll go ahead and hit refresh, and as you can see, now we have these fields up over here, and we also have this button which allows us to choose the book image. Now the final thing which we need to do here is that once we have this form, we now need to have a button which is going to submit all of the file details. So here I will add the submit button. So I will say input type equals submit, and this will actually go ahead and add the submit button for us. So now if I hit refresh, as you can see, we will also have the submit button as well. So now you can actually go ahead and enter the book name like new book. You can add some description like this is a good book. Enter the price. You could choose an image as well. And now you can also hit submit, but as you hit submit, you can see that nothing actually happens, and that's because we have submitted the form, but we have not actually written the code to handle the form. So once this HTML form is created, our next job is to go ahead and handle this particular form inside Django. So in the upcoming lecture, we will go ahead and learn how to handle this form so that it accepts and saves all the data which we have submitted to it. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. Hello and welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we will go ahead and learn how to make this particular form functional. So right now, as you can see, if you enter some data into these form fields and if you click on submit, nothing actually happens and you get redirected to this particular page. Now our job is to go ahead and learn how to collect all the data which is entered inside these fields and submit it to our database using Django. So the very first thing which you need to do is that you need to go inside the form and you need to take a look at the form method. So as you can see, the form method which we have here is the post method. So what happens is that whenever you actually type in a particular URL, so as we are typing in this particular URL, a request actually gets submitted to the server, and the request which is submitted now is the post request. However, when you submit this particular form and when you click on this submit button, the request which is submitted to the backend is not the get request, but instead it's actually a post request. And that's because, as you can see, we have mentioned the method type of this thing to be equal to post. So that means we now need a logic to handle the post request of this particular add view right here. So in order to do that, first of all, we need to check if the request which is made is equal to post request. And if the request is the post request, we understand that the form is being submitted. So in order to make sure that the request which is being submitted is the post request, I will simply go ahead and say if request dot method, if this is equal to post, that means if the submitted request is the post request, now I actually want to go ahead and get all of the fields which are present up over here. Now the question is, how exactly can we get those fields here? So in order to get those fields, so let's say I want to get the name field first, I would type in name equals, and then you can actually get those particular parameters like name, description, the book image, and the price from the field names itself. So if you actually go to the form over here, which is add_book.html, as you can see, we have assigned the ID and the name of these particular fields. So we have name, description, price, and book image. So now in order to get those fields, you simply can get those fields from the request. So you would say request dot post. So now we have access to the post request, and from the post request we want to get a particular thing. So I will say dot get, and then I will simply go ahead and pass in name in quotations and then give a comma. So doing this will actually go ahead and get the data which is entered inside this field over here, and then that data, which is the name, is going to be saved in this particular name variable. Now the same applies for the other fields as well. So the other fields which we have is the book description, the book price, and the book image. So let's go ahead and do that as well. So here I will say desc equals request dot post dot get, and that's going to be desc. And let's do the same thing for the price as well. So price equals request dot post dot get, that's going to be price. Now one thing which you need to make sure and need to be careful about is that whatever names you're using here, they must actually match to the name and the ID of these fields here. Now the final field which is remaining is this particular field, which is the book image. Now getting the book image is a little bit different, and the way in which this thing is different is that you cannot go ahead and say request.post.get. Instead you need to use another method. So let's get the book image first. So I'll say book underscore image equals request dot, and now instead of having post here, I need to say something like request.files, because obviously we are not submitting some data there, but instead we are submitting an entire file. And in order to get those files, we say request.files, and now instead of having .get, I just need to mention the name of the field here in quotations. So I need to say book underscore image. So that will actually go ahead and get us this book image which is uploaded in this form. Now once we have all these fields, now we need to learn how exactly should we save those fields to the database. So as we all know, as we are using Django, Django provides us with the object relational mapper. That means we first need to create an object with all this data which we have up over here. So how exactly would we create an object? So we will create an object called as book. I will say book equals, and now in order to create the object of the class book, I need to say book here. And now to this particular book class, you need to set the parameters like the name, description, price, and book image, because those are the model fields which we have, like the name, description, price, and book image. So now we will say name, which means the field name inside the book object would be this name which we have collected right over here. So I will say name equals name, and the same applies for the other fields as well. So we'll say description equals description, then price equals price, then I'll say book image equals book image. So now once we are done with this, that means our object is created. Now creating an object alone is not sufficient, but you also need to go ahead and save that object as well for the changes to be reflected in your database. So now once you have the book object, and once it is filled with all the details here, you just need to say the object name, which is book.save, and that will actually go ahead and save the object for you, which means your data is actually going to be stored in the backend. Now let's go ahead and save this and see if this form would work. So first of all, just refresh this particular form, and now let's enter the book name like ABC. Let's type in the description as ABC description. Let's enter the price as 99. Let's choose a image. So I'll choose a random image here, and now if I go ahead and click on submit, as you can see, we have an error over here. The reason why we have an error over here is because it says multi-value dictionary key error. Now the reason why we have this error here is that if you go to the form here, which is the HTML form, in this particular form, you need to pass in an additional parameter, and that parameter is nothing but it's the ENC type of the form. So here, as we are submitting an image, you actually need to go ahead and say that the ENC type is going to be multi-part of form data. So here you need to type in ENC type equals, that's going to be multi-part / form data. So once we make this change, hopefully everything should work absolutely fine. So I will again go to the same URL. Let's type in ABC. Let's say the book description is ABC. Description, book prices, let's say 120. Choose a book image. Hit submit. And as you can see, now the form has been submitted without any issues. Now we just need to make sure if it's actually submitted in the backend. So one way to check that would be you just visit the home page, and as you can see, we have this ABC, which I guess is the one which is submitted right now. So if I click on that, as you can see, this is the book which we have just submitted because it has the name ABC, the description is ABC description, and the price over here is 120. That means we were successful in designing this particular form, which allows users to submit data to the backend directly. And I hope you guys also understood why exactly we have used the post method and how we have handled the post method, extracted all the details from that particular post method, created an object out of those details, and then finally saved that particular object. So that's it for this lecture, and in the upcoming lecture what we will do is that we will go ahead and learn how to update any book which we want. So here we have created the form in order to go ahead and submit the data or create a new book or add a new book. However, what if I actually want to go ahead and edit the details of my existing book? So for example, let's say we have this book right here and I need to edit its details. So we are going to learn how to create a form to update the entries in our database. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. Hello and welcome to this lecture, and in this particular lecture we will learn how to design the edit functionality for each individual book. So as you can see, if we go inside the detail of each and every book, we have the book details here, and let's say we want to have some edit button here which allows us to go ahead, and if we click on that button it will allow us to go ahead and edit a particular book. So how exactly are we going to do that? So I hope that you got an idea about what exactly the edit functionality is and how it would work. So for this particular edit functionality, what you would need is that you would first need the ID of the book which you want to edit. So because obviously the edit function needs to have access to the ID so that it understands which book we want to edit. Now after that, you would also need a form as well, which is going to be the form to edit that particular book. Then you need to associate that particular form as a template to a view. Then you need to attach a URL to that particular view. So there are a bunch of things which we need to work with right now, and we can start at any point. But first of all, let's learn how to create a form. Now you might think that we have already created a form, which was this form right here, and that's actually true. This is one way of creating a form in HTML. However, Django provides us with something which is called as a model form, which allows us to directly go ahead and create a form from a specific model. So now if you take a look at this form which we had right here, we had actually designed this particular form to sort of go ahead and get the details for the book model. So as you can see, the fields are name, description, price, book, image, and we have created the same form here for name, description, price, book, image. Now with the use of the Django model form, you don't have to go ahead and go through this lengthy process of creating this form right here. Instead, what you could do is that you could simply create a form within just 3 lines of code. So let's learn how exactly to create the Django model form. So in order to create that form, first of all, you need to go inside your app directory, which is in my case, my app. So I would go inside my app and I will create a new file, and I will call this file as forms.py. And now in this particular file, first of all, you need to import forms. So I will say from Django import, that's going to be forms. And now once we have forms imported, we obviously need to create a form from the model because that's a model form. So in order to get the model form, you would also need the model as well. So I will need to import the model book as well. So I will say from dot models import, that's going to be book. So now once we have the forms and once we have the book, we can create the model form. So I will create a form called as book form here. So in order to create a model form, you need to create a class. So you can say class, the model name, which is book, and then form. You can actually name this thing as anything, but this is the standard naming convention. Like you have the model name, then you say form, so that you understand that this form is for the specific model. So in this case, the form is for the book model. So I will say book form. And then I can go ahead and I need to tell that we need to inherit from the forms, and the form which we will be using is the model form. So once we are done with this, now Django understands that we want to create a model form. Now we need to supply a little bit of information to this particular model form. Now the information we want to supply is obviously the model, because it needs to know for which particular model we are building this form. So I would say model equals, that's going to be book. And then the next parameter or the next set of code which we need to write here is the fields which we want to edit. So as you can see, if we go to the models.py file, we have the name, description, price, and book image. So all of these are actually the fields, and this form allows us to go ahead and decide which particular fields we want to edit. So in our case, we want to edit all of the fields. So I will say fields equals and mention each field one by one. So I will say name, then I will say description, then I will say book underscore image, then I will say price. Okay, so now once these things are defined, we are now pretty much good to go. Now the only thing which we need to do is that we need to associate this particular form with a view, because that's what we have done in the previous case as well. So in the previous example, what we did is that we have actually rendered the addBook.html form using the render function. However, in this particular case, what we will do is that we'll render a different template. So let's go ahead and start building the view here. So let's go ahead and say def, and let's name this view as update. And it's obviously going to accept a request, but along with the request, it will also accept the ID as well, which is going to be the book ID, because the update function needs to know which particular book we are updating or editing. So I will pass in the ID over here as well. Okay, so now once you have this, first of all, what you want to do is that you want to get the details of the book which you want to edit. So I will say book equals book.objects.get and get that particular book whose ID is going to be equal to ID which is being passed here. So that means now we have access to that book which you want to edit. Now once you have access to this book, what you need to do is that you need to go ahead and get the form which you have just created in the forms.py file. So in order to get that particular form, first of all you need to import that form here. So you need to say from dot forms import, that's going to be book form. So once you have imported the book form, now you can actually go ahead and use that form up over here. So what I will do here is that I will create a book form here. So I will say form equals book form, and here to this book form I will go ahead and say request dot post. That means it's going to be using the post method, or none. And then you also need to go ahead, and as this particular form is also going to accept the image file, here I need to say request dot files. So here what we have done essentially is that whatever we had here, like the request.method equals post and request.files, we have passed it to this particular form right here. And along with this, you can also pass in the instance of the book as well. So I can say instance equals and then the book. So the instance is nothing but the book which we want to edit, and the book which we want to edit here is this book which we have got from the ID. So I hope that this particular thing makes sense. Now the next thing which we need to do is that once we have this form, we now need to make sure that if the form is valid, and if the form is valid, we want to save this particular form, and then we want to redirect to some page. So here I will say if form dot is underscore valid. So is valid method actually checks for the validity of the form, and if the form is valid, I want to say form dot save. So that will actually go ahead and save all the details which are present in the form. And then I want to return redirect, and I want to redirect to the home page, so I will mention slash here. Now this part of the code actually occurs when the form is being submitted. However, what would happen if you would visit the update view? So the update view, just like the add book view, should actually render a particular template, and that template is not yet created. So in here what you need to do is that you need to say return render, and here as usual I will accept a request, then I will say my app slash, and we will create a template called as edit.html. So this template is not present in our project, however we are going to create that. And now once we go ahead and do that, to this particular template we want to pass this particular form and this particular book. So now in order to pass them, you can pass them as context over here. So I can say form, pass form as form, then give a comma, and then I would say pass book as book. So now once these things are passed to the template, we can now go ahead and actually start creating this particular edit.html template. So in the upcoming lecture, we will go ahead and we will design the edit.html template, and we will also go ahead and associate a URL with this view as well and test if this would work. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. Hello and welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we are going to learn two things. So one important thing which we are going to learn in this particular lecture is how to fix certain errors and issues which might arise while we create our functionalities for our Django application. So you might have already encountered some errors or issues when you go ahead and try to code your Django project, and in this particular lecture I will be purposely making some errors and different types of errors so that you understand how to fix those errors and issues. And along with it, we will also go ahead and learn how to create this edit.html file. So let's go inside the templates directory, let's go inside the my app and create a new file called as edit.html. Now in this particular file, we just want to create a simple form so as to provide the edit functionality. So I'll create a form, and I will set the method for this form to be equal to post. Now once we have set the method to post, we also need to set the enc type as multipath /form data. Now once we have set this, we obviously would need a CSRF token as well. So I will say CSRF underscore token. Once we have designed this particular form, as I earlier mentioned, you don't need to manually go ahead and have all of those fields up over here. Instead, now what you could do is that as you have actually passed this particular form object over here, you can actually make use of this form object to automatically render all of the fields over here for the edit view. So in order to add those fields here or get those fields here, what you could do is that you could use the template syntax and say form.as_p. Now what this will do is that it will automatically render all the form fields here which are basically passed to this particular form. So to this particular form we have passed in book form. So the book form is nothing but the form which we have created, and this particular form, as you can see, has these particular fields. Now the only thing which we need to type in here is the final input button so as to submit the form. So in order to add that, I will say input type equals submit, and once we go ahead and do that, we are pretty much good to go. Now the only thing which is remaining here is that We have created the view, we have created the form, we have rendered the template as well, but now we need to associate this view with a specific URL. Now, in order to associate this view for a URL, what you need to do is that you need to go inside the urls.py file and create a new path for this particular view. So I would say path, and then instead of add, I would say, let's say update, or let's say edit, and I guess update would be a better name. And along with this update, you would also need to pass in the ID as well. So I will say update slash integer, that's going to be ID. So now once we have this ID, again give a slash and then actually pass in the view. So I will say views dot, that's going to be update, and the name of this view is going to be update as well. So now once we have associated that view with this URL, we are now pretty much good to go. However, there's one single issue, and that issue is if you take a look at these books here, and if you click on that, which is the last book, as you can see, this book has an ID of 5. That means whenever you want to go ahead and edit this book, you would need its ID, which is 5. So you could say slash update slash 5 and hit enter. Now as you can see, we have an unexpected error over here. Now I won't edit this error out and I won't fix it on my own. Instead, I will walk you through the process of how exactly you should solve such issues or errors. So first of all, what you need to do is that you need to read your error. So it says init got an unexpected keyword argument instance. So that means we have some typo in our code. Now the next thing which you need to understand is we know that this is the kind of error which we have. However, we don't know where exactly this error occurred. Now in order to check, as you can see, it will also give us with an exception location as well. So the exception location is views.py in line number 33. So now you simply need to go inside your views.py file, which is this file right here. And you need to go inside line number 33, which is this file, and as you can see, I have misspelled instance here. So let's replace that with instance and we should be good to go. So now if I fix that and if I visit back this URL, we again have an error. And we will also fix this error as well. Now this error is a different error, so there's no typo or anything like that over here. However, the error says model form has no model class specified. However, now if you actually take a look at the exception location, it will say that the error actually occurred in the models.py file. However, you also need to note that this models.py file is not the file which we have in our project, but instead it's actually the error inside our package. Now again, if you scroll down a little bit, you will see this particular highlighted error, and you now need to trace back the error from here. So now you will learn how exactly to trace back your error. So if you click on this particular code, as you can see, this line of code is being highlighted. Now that means we have some issue with the book form because that's what we have used here. And also there's an issue with our book form as well. So let's go inside the forms.py file, and in here there's a minor mistake which I have done. So when you create this particular class called as book form, you actually cannot go ahead and directly define the model and the fields for this. Instead, you also need to go ahead and nest another class over here inside the book form, which is called as the meta class. So here you need to type in class meta, and inside this meta class you need to define these fields. Now this meta class is nothing but a class which actually holds information about the class itself, and that's why it's called as the meta class. So once you have added this meta class, and if you go back here, as you can see, the form works absolutely fine. So as you can see, it's asking me for the name, so it's going to edit the 5th book which we have, which is the last book. So I will say updated name here. Let's say the description is this is an updated name. Let's choose this image so as to make sure if the image is being updated as well. Let's set the price to $9.99. Now if I go ahead and click submit, we again have an error here, which says name redirect is not defined. Now let's trace back this error as well. So as you can see, if you take a look at the error, it says redirect is not defined. That means we have used redirect somewhere, but we have forgotten to import it. Now we will go to the exception location, and it says that the exception location is my site, my app, views.py in line number 36. So let's go to line number 36 in views.py file, and in here, this is the line number 36. So we have a redirect over here. However, we have an error because we have not imported redirect. So you simply need to go ahead and import a redirect over here. So redirect is actually present in the Django.shortcuts. So along with render, I will say redirect. However, if you take a look at this particular error, this error occurred at this line, which means that the code until this line was already executed. Now this code was executed, and this means that the update which we have made should be reflected in our database. So let's go ahead and see if the update has been reflected. So if I go back here, as you can see, we have a book with the updated name. So if I click on that, as you can see, it will say updated name. This is an updated name. It will say 999, and it has also changed the book image as well. So now the final thing which we need to test is that we need to test if the redirect is now working well. So I will again go ahead and try to edit some other book, like let's say book with image. So the ID of this book is 4. So here I will go ahead and say update/4. Hit enter. Let's say book update. So these are just the random names which I'm giving so that we understand that the update has been made. So book DSC update. Then let's choose a different image. Let's set the price to 1800. Now if I click on submit, as you can see, we are now redirected. That means the redirect is working fine as well. And now, as you can see, we have this book update here, and we have all the fields updated for this particular book. Now there's one another thing which we need to fix here, and that is in your website, you shouldn't have to manually go ahead and enter update/the book ID to edit any specific book, but instead you should actually have a button over here on the detail page so that the user could simply click that particular button and edit that particular book. So we are going to learn in the upcoming lecture. However, for this lecture, I hope you guys were able to understand how to fix all the errors and issues which you have in your application, and also how to go ahead and design the update functionality. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. So in this lecture, let's actually go ahead and add a edit button on each one of these pages so that we don't have to manually enter the URL for edit over here. So adding a button here is actually quite simple. You just need to go inside the individual templates. So the templates which we have for the detail page is detail.html, and in here you simply need to add a button. So in order to add a button, I would say href. So we are technically adding a link here, and the link here is going to be for the edit view, and the edit view is actually associated with a specific URL, and that URL is nothing but update/the ID. So now in order to go ahead and do that, I can go inside the detail.html, and in here I can mention a URL like URL, and then I need to simply say update, and along with the update I also need to pass in the book ID as well. So here I can simply go ahead and say book.id, and I will name this particular URL as update. And as this particular update view belongs to the my app, I will say my app:update. So now once I make this change, I should be actually able to go ahead and view those buttons on the detail page. So let's visit the detail page, and as you can see, you will have the update link over here. Now the ID of this book is book/4. So if I click on update, I should get update/4 here. So if I click on update, as you can see, I not only get update/4, but I also get this form over here to update that specific book. So that means we have successfully added this update button here. However, if you take a look, this does not look like a button, but instead it looks like a link. Now, in order to make it look like a button, what we will do is that we'll go ahead and add a btn class to it. So I'll say class equals btn, let's say btn warning. So btn warning is a class which is used to give a different color to that button. So now if I go ahead and hit refresh, as you can see, we have a nice looking button in here. So that means we have successfully designed the complete update functionality, and in the upcoming lecture we will go ahead and design the detailed functionality for our application. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. Hello and welcome to this lecture, and in this lecture we will go ahead and design the delete functionality for our application. So in the previous example, we have designed this update functionality which allows us to go ahead and update any particular book. However, now we want to add a delete button up here which allows us to go ahead and delete any sort of book. So while designing any kind of functionality, what you need to do is that you need to go ahead and design a specific view for that. So in here, as we are designing the functionality to delete a specific item or delete a specific book, what we will do is that we will go ahead and create a view called as delete. So I will say def delete as the view, and every view is going to accept a request. And here, as we want to delete a specific item from our database, we will go ahead and also need the ID of that item which we want to delete. And henceforth, we will pass an ID over here, just as we have passed that ID to this particular update view. Okay, so now once you have this delete view, what this delete view should display is that it should display a confirmation message if you actually want to go ahead and delete any specific book. So in order to do that, we again need to go ahead and render a specific template for our delete view. So here I will directly go ahead and type in return render, and in here first of all you would pass in the request, and here I will create a template inside my app, and I will name this template as delete.html. So this delete.html template will actually contain a confirmation message like if you want to delete this particular item, and it will also have a button which will actually go ahead and confirm the deletion. So now let's go ahead and actually design the delete.html page. So here I will go inside the my app templates and my app directory, create a new file called as delete.html, and now in here I will simply go ahead and add a form, and I will mention the method of this thing to be equal to post. Now once you have this form, as this is a typical Django form, you would always need to go ahead and include the CSRF token. So I would say CSRF underscore token. And once we are done with this, we just need to go ahead and display a message into this form. So the message which we want to display is like, are you sure you want to delete this book? And then I will go ahead and simply add a submit button here. So I will say input type equals submit. Okay, so now once we have this particular form or template set up, let's see if this thing would work. However, now as this template is associated with this particular view, we also need to attach this view to a specific URL pattern. So let's go inside the urls.py file in here, and let's add a path for delete. So let's create a path for delete by typing in path, and let's say you want to name this thing as delete slash the ID of the item or the ID of the book which you want to delete. So in here I will pass in integer ID, give a slash, and in here upon executing or upon entering this particular URL, I want to redirect to the views which is delete. And then I will also go ahead and add a name to this particular URL, and let's say the name which we want to add is delete. Okay, so once we are done with this, we are pretty much good to go. Now let's go ahead and check if we can actually perform the deletion operation. So right now, as you can see, we have this particular book whose ID is equal to 1. Now let's say I want to delete this book. So here, in order to delete that book, I simply need to go ahead and visit delete/1. And as soon as I go ahead and hit enter, as you can see, I will be prompted with a submit button. However, if I click on submit button, nothing happens. And if you go to your home page, let's see if the book is deleted. So as you can see, the book is not deleted yet. And the reason why the book is not deleted is because we have simply designed the functionality to go ahead and render this template. However, we have not handled what happens when the user actually submits this particular form with the request as post. So now we need to go ahead and handle the post request to process this particular form. So in order to handle the post request, I will go ahead and say if request.method is equal to post, then in that case do this. And the thing which we want to do upon getting the post request is that we want to delete the particular book. So in order to delete a book, first of all you should get that book. So in order to get that book, I will say book equals book.objects.get, and I want to get the book whose ID is equal to this ID which we have passed. So I will simply go ahead and say where ID is going to be equal to ID. So now once we have this book, deleting a book is actually quite simple. To delete a book, you simply need to delete this particular book object which we have. And in order to delete that book object, you would simply type in book.delete. And once you're done with this, you're pretty much good to go. So now if you go back, hit refresh, as you can see, you have this book here. And now if I just go there, I will get the ID of the book as 1. And if I want to delete that, I would simply do delete/1. And now if I hit enter, again it will prompt me to this form. And if I click on submit, again you could see that nothing happened. But if you go to / the home page, as you can see, there's no book absolutely over here. That means the book has been deleted. However, what we also want to do is that when we click the submit button, we should be redirected to the home page. So in order to create that functionality, I would simply go ahead and add additional line of code here, which would say return render, and then pass in a /up over here. So now once you do that, once you click submit, now you will be actually redirected to the home page. So right now we don't have any books in our database. So let me just quickly go ahead and add one book here. Let's say sample book. Let me add some price. Let me add an image. And now if I go to the home page, as you can see, I have the sample book which has an ID 6. Now what we want to do is that instead of having to go ahead and type in delete / the ID, I want to go ahead and place a delete button right next to the update button, so that when I click that button, I should be able to delete this book. Now in order to add that functionality, what you need to simply do is that you simply need to go inside your detail.html page, and as you can see, you have an update button here. So you simply have to go ahead and copy this particular button or the link, paste it up over here, and make a few changes. So the major change which you want to make here is that for the delete button, we want to add a URL which is my apps delete URL, and the rest of the things actually remain the same, and you want to rename the button as delete. Okay, so once this thing is done, let's go ahead and hit refresh, and as you can see, you have a delete button here. Now let's say you want to change the color of the delete button. So as we are using Bootstrap, you could simply change the Bootstrap class to btn-danger. And now if you go back, as you can see, now you have this delete button here. Now if I go ahead and click on this delete button, it will automatically take me to /delete/6. And now if I click on submit, I actually again have an error here, and that's because we don't have to use render here. Instead, we want to use redirect. So once we fix that, this should actually work pretty well. However, the thing is, now we have deleted all the items. Now let me actually go ahead and add one more item and kind of give you a demo one more time. So I will add a new book. This is a new book. Let's add some price. Let's choose an image. Save that. And now let's make sure if our application is working well. So we have new book. I click on delete, I click on submit, and as you can see, now we are redirected to the home page without any issues. So that's why you need to pay careful attention whenever you are going ahead and doing something. So the reason why I made this mistake is because we are so used to typing render right after return that I have used render over here. Now you can also use render over here as well, but the render function should be used whenever you want to render a particular template. However, what we are doing here is that we are using redirect, and what the redirect actually does is that it redirects to a particular path, and the path over here is for the home page, which will actually automatically redirect us to this particular index page, which will actually go ahead and render a template. So that's why we don't use render here and we don't pass a template. So that's it for this lecture, and I hope you guys were able to understand how to add delete functionality to our site. So to prepare for the next lecture, I would recommend you to go ahead and add a couple of dummy products to your website. That's because we are going to go ahead and style up our website in a little bit better way. So in the upcoming lecture, we will go ahead and work on the design part of our website so that it looks attractive. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. So in this particular lecture, let's actually go ahead and style up our web application in a little bit better way. So as you can see, I have actually added a bunch of dummy book names over here using our admin panel, and I have also added some dummy description and the price over here as well. So technically our Django application is pretty much functional. However, it does not look like an actual application. So in this particular lecture, we will actually go ahead and style up both of our index page as well as the detail page of our bookstore. So let's actually go ahead and start doing that. So first of all, we will move towards the index.html page, and we'll try to go ahead and make it look a lot better. So as you can see, in this particular index.html page, we are actually extending from the base.html file. So the base is this base right here, which just has a navigation bar here, and the blog body starts from here. So in this particular body tag here, we want to go ahead and add a container. So we can actually go ahead and add a container over here as well. So what we will be doing here is that right after the blog body, we'll actually go ahead and add some new code. So I'll go inside the blog body here and I'll create a container. So I'll say div class equals container, and within this container, in Bootstrap, you obviously want to go ahead and add a row. So I'll say div class equals row, and within this row, let's say I actually want to go ahead and create certain cards or rows over here to display all of these books. So what we want to do here is that, let's say I want to create 4 frames here. So one frame here, second one here, third one here, and fourth one here. So each one of those frames for every single book which I have. And the 5th frame, if any, will actually go ahead and go inside this new row. So in order to design that particular layout, now what I need to do is that, as in Bootstrap, we have 12 columns here. So if I want 4 cards over here or 4 frames, I will go ahead and divide them into 3 columns each. So 3 multiplied by 4 will give me 12. So that means I now need to go ahead and create column over here. So let's go ahead and give it a try. So I'll say div class, and as now I want 3 columns, I will say col-md-3. Okay, so now once we have this specific column, in this column I actually want to place my books inside a Bootstrap card. So in order to place the books inside a card, I'll again create a div and I'll give it a class as card. So if we use the class as card, Bootstrap will automatically convert this div into a card. Now in this particular card, what I want to do is that I want to display the image at the top of the card. So in order to add an image, I'll use the image tag, and here for the source of this particular image, currently let's say we won't use any source. However, now let's say we want to style this particular image to be the top of the card. So in order to do that, there's a class called as card-img-top. So this will actually go ahead and fit this image inside our card. Now after this, we actually want to have our card body at the bottom of the image. So in order to add a card body, I will again use a div. Let's assign a class as card body. And don't worry if you actually don't know how to do this. This is just some code which you can actually copy paste from the Bootstrap's website as well. So if you actually go to Bootstrap's website and search for the card component, you will get the predefined code over here as well. Okay, so now inside the card body here, let's say I want to display the name and the book price. So even before we add that, let's see how our card looks like right now. So if I hit refresh, as you can see, the card looks something like this. So the top section over here is for the image, and this section is for the book name and the price. So now let's go ahead and add the book name here. So let's say for the book name, I want to use a heading tag. So I will say h5, and the class of this is going to be card title, because this is going to be the title of the card. So I'll say card title, and let's actually give it a dummy name for now. Let's say book name, and after that, for displaying the price, let's say I use the paragraph tag, and this is going to be having a class called as card text. So again, you might be confused where all this thing is coming from. So if you actually want to get access to that, you could simply go ahead and search for Bootstrap cards, and this will actually go ahead and give you the different options to design cards. So as you can see, this thing right here is the card we are using. So this thing right here is the code which you could simply copy and sort of paste it up over here, and this will give you the same exact result. Okay, so now for the price, I have used card text, and in here, let's say I want to display the price in dollars. So let's say I type in $9. So let's see how it exactly looks like. So if I go ahead and hit refresh, as you can see, we have the book name and the price. So now once we have that, that is pretty much okay. However, now we actually want to display these books inside of these cards here. So technically right now we only have one card here, but we would actually want 5 cards here. So now in order to tell Django that we want 5 cards, we will be making use of this loop which we have here. So I'll just go ahead, cut this loop from here, and I'll actually go ahead, and as we want to repeat the number of columns, I will go ahead and paste it right before the div for the columns. And this div actually ends here. That means our for loop should end here, and that's why I will cut this end for, and I'll place it right up over here. So now as we have 5 cards, this will actually go ahead and loop this 5 times. Okay, so now one more thing which we have here is that we actually have the book detail, and what we will do here is that we'll simply cut this from here and sort of place it after the paragraph tag. And here I'll also get rid of the break tag as well. So now once we are done with this, let's see how our app looks like. So as you can see, this is how our application looks like, and now the name is actually being displayed up over here. So we don't want our name here, but we actually want the name in place of book name. So in order to do that, to get the book name, as you can see, this thing is the code which will give us the book name. So I will cut this, paste it up over here, and instead of 9 here, I will say book.price. So this will actually give me the price. So now as you can see, we have the book name and the price. However, the image is still not showing up. So now in order to show up the image, I need to go ahead, go inside the image source, and this should actually be class, and I should add a source here, and in here I will type in book.book_image.url. So now if I go back and hit refresh, as you can see, and now we have the images of those books displayed up over here. Now one more thing which we need to do here is that, as you can see, this detail link isn't working. So here I will go ahead and add some text like, let's say, view details. So if I go ahead and do that, I will have the view details link, and if I click on any one of these links, as you can see, we are now able to visit the detail page of those respective books. Now one more thing which I can do here to style this thing a little bit better is that for this particular ahref tag, I can add a class of btn, and I can call it as btn-primary. And if I go ahead, save that, hit refresh, as you can see, we have this details button here instead of the link. And also you can actually go ahead and style it in a different way. So you can see btn warning, and that will assign it a different color. So as you can see, this color looks a lot better. So that means we have successfully styled our index.html page, and it looks pretty decent. And this is responsive as well. That means if you go ahead and shrink the size, it will actually adjust itself to the size of a mobile device. So that's it for this lecture, and in the upcoming lecture we will style this particular detail page in a little bit better way. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. So now let's go ahead and style up this particular detail page. So for this particular detail page, we won't be actually styling this a lot. The only thing which we want to do here is that we actually want to display this image on the left hand side and the book details and these buttons on the right hand side. So let's quickly go ahead and do that. So I'll first go inside the detail.html page, which is this page right here. And as you can see, currently we have the as usual extends and the block body tag, and inside the block body tag, as usual, I'll create a container. So I'll say div class equals container, and in this container I'll go ahead and create a row as usual. So div class is going to be equal to row, and inside this row now we actually want to split this particular thing into half. So out of the 12 columns, I want to have 6 columns for this image and 6 columns for the rest of the things. So in order to do that, I'll say div class call-md-6, and I will again create the same 6 column layout right after this. So now we will have 2 columns here. And in the first column, I actually want to have the book image. So I will go ahead, cut this book image and paste it up over here. And now let's actually go ahead and see how this would work. So as you can see, the image is now a little bit to the right. However, this image is not appearing to be bigger because we have fixed the width and height over here. So you can actually change the width and height to a little bit bigger, like 300 pixels. So now if you go ahead and do that, as you can see, we now have the book spanning the left half of our screen. Now we need to fix this thing, that is, we want to shift this over here. So in order to shift this up over there, what I can do is that I can simply cut this entire code from here and sort of paste it inside this column. So now if I go back and hit refresh, as you can see, now this is aligned in a lot better way. That is, the detail page looks a lot better. So even though this does not make any difference, these are the minor things which you could actually make to make your Django application look a lot better. And the reason why we are not designing it to perfection is because obviously, as this is a Django section, it won't make much sense to dive deeper into Bootstrap. However, I covered the Bootstrap section here just to show you guys the kind of integration which happens between HTML, CSS, Bootstrap and Django, so that you can actually go ahead and style up your Django applications. So even if you become a backend developer, you will be provided with HTML templates which you have to use. So you will be given a template, and instead of the raw names inside the template, you need to replace those raw names with these template syntax which we have up over here. So that's it for this particular lecture, and I hope you guys enjoyed making this particular application. So we have gone through almost all the basics which you need to develop simple Django applications. However, in the upcoming lecture, I will go ahead and cover a very interesting to-do list application, and most importantly, I will teach you how you can go from having an app idea to actually implementing that in Django. So the next section is going to be absolutely interesting, so make sure that you learn right after you finish this one. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next section. Thank you.